Planning workshop. This workshop is going to provide you with some valuable information about your benefits as you start to plan for retirement. Lynn Ball is going to be your speaker for the majority of this session, and Lynn has conducted hundreds of seminars for corporations, agencies of government, and colleges around the country. She is an experienced HR communication strategist and a vibrant speaker with more than 20 years of experience in financial consulting, investments, and corporate benefit plans. Lynn is a registered investment advisor and is formally licensed by the New York Stock Exchange and the National Association of Securities Dealers as a registered representative. She holds a Bachelor of Arts from New York University. Lynn lives in New York City, where she mentors preteen girls, has a neighborhood garden and beautification initiative, and MCs fundraisers for some favorite charities. At the conclusion of Lynn's presentation, Bill Phillips will be joining us to discuss information related to your Duke-specific benefits in retirement. Bill joined Duke in 2002 as the manager of benefits administration and communications. He manages the administration, communication, and customer service functions of Duke's benefit programs. Previously, Bill worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers as a senior consultant within their global human resources outsourcing practice. And prior to this, he worked in a marketing role with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. We hope that you enjoy the workshop and will gain valuable information again as you're planning for retirement. We welcome you and we hope you enjoy. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As Linda said, my name is Lynn Ball. I know that I've seen some familiar faces in the room this morning. How many of you have attended this session before? Oh, wow, that's great to know. Great to know. And if I may really get personal, how many of you are thinking that you might step away from your current employment within the next 3 years? A lot of you, wow. I see I am joined by my sister and brother baby boomers, right? Well, those of you who have been here before, you know that I like to talk quite a bit about the challenges of retirement. And the reason why I wondered how many of you are feeling that you're getting close is because I happen to know that we need to think about the philosophy, the philosophical questions about retirement. Like, where should we live? How long will we live? All those questions, that's fine and dandy, but when you start getting close, you can really get rattled by the details. So I wanted to just say to those of you who are getting close, try not to get too rattled by the details. Yes, it's going to feel like you're down in the weeds. However, it's still life. You know, you're going to make some judgments that are good and some judgments that weren't so good, and those that weren't so good, you're going to adjust them and change them and move on. So keep that in mind, that what happens as you get close to retirement is that you have to learn a lot to make a handful of decisions. You have to absorb so much information before you can feel confident that you're making the right 5 or 6 decisions. So keep that in mind as your sort of baseline. Of course, as we become more educated about anything, one of the things that becomes apparent is that there are gray areas. There are subtleties, and that's why you can get that rattled feeling, but you can overcome it as well. What we want, of course, is that after we pull the trigger, so to speak, on retirement, that we can continue to be engaged, perhaps begin a whole new life. Many people begin a whole new life, a whole new career. They decide that here now they're going to focus on family after focusing on career. So you get to write this next chapter in a way that you did not get to write chapter 1. You know, nobody asked you on the day you were born, how do you want this to go? But now you do have that opportunity to just think to yourself and together with your spouse or partner, you know, how do we want this to go? And really use that as your beacon, so to speak. Now, that's really a nice philosophical talk, wasn't it? Did you like that? Yeah. Okay. But the other piece of it, of course, is we have to take that and monetize it. What's it going to cost to live the way I'm dreaming of? What's the reality? So today, what we really want to do is examine that very thing. You know what? I had thought that there was a keyboard up here, but I don't see one that I could use. Something to advance the slide. In the drawer? Is it? Perfect. Found it. Thanks. So, consider yourself in retirement. You know things about you that no manager, no advisor can know. You need to prepare yourself to communicate certain things. But coming up against these days is, will they work? So let me tell you that more than 50% of retirees these days do some sort of work, something for money. But I would say even though they're doing it and perhaps being compensated, the reality is that we do live longer lives today. And we live those lives more healthy than prior generations. And so what happens is you retire and you think, I'm still vital. I've got stuff I want to contribute. I've got stuff I want to do. And that is really what drives most people back to work, is to sort of keep their hand in. It might be to keep your hand in the profession. It might be to get out there, do volunteer work. All of those things, though, are considerations. Maintaining your health is something that a lot of people are able to focus on when they retire. A lot of people get slender. I'm looking forward to that with my own retirement. To get a little slender, you know, because it's hard to focus on that when you're spending every other night in a hotel room and ordering room service. Start by really asking yourself what's important to me. In the appendix of your workbook, there is a little on a scale of 1 to 10, I think that says on a scale of 1 to 20, but on any scale that you want to add, how important is it? How important is this? How important is it to be close to family? How important is it to, work? So begin that process of thinking about what's important and what are the top 3 to 5 priorities that you have for your retirement. If you are married, if you have a partner, talk about it, because a lot of married couples have completely different priorities. So talk about it and figure out how it's going to work together. I'm going to tell you that I'm very philosophical lately because of course, I am about to be 65. And my parents are in their mid-80s. Both my mom and dad have been retired for 27 years. So one of the things we have to consider is the possibility that retirement will be long. You know, we could get lucky and live a really long life. So we have to consider that as well. So we're here today to really talk about these things. Begin by asking yourself some of the big questions. What does it look like? Where do I want to be, and where am I right now? Because that is where you need to get to. If you have said, before I retire, I want X number of dollars accumulated in my 403B. Before I retire, I want to sell this house. Before I retire, I want to complete this project. Whatever it may be, think about where you are now in every sort of coloration that you can come up with. It might be professional, it might be personal, it might be your kids out of college. Think about those things. Where are we now? Where do we want to be before we retire? And of course, what path can we take to actually get there? There's this process that I'm talking to you about is a process that is necessary before we start to talk about the money. Because really what we're going to do is take our own personal vision of retirement, break it down into its components, and monetize those components. You want a little fishing shack that you can go to? Well, what's it going to cost? All right, so that's the idea, that we're going to isolate the things that are important to us and then monetize them so that we know what the next steps are. One of the biggest challenges that we have in retirement is getting used to multiple sources of income. For most people, while they are actively employed, the money comes from one thing, the paycheck. When you retire, suddenly, your money is going to come from multiple sources. You may have a 403B. You might decide to have an annuity paid to you monthly or quarterly on a regular basis. You're going to have Social Security coming in the door. You may have accumulated money in IRAs or at prior employers. They're all going to come in separately from separate sources. And you really have to decide, how do they come together to fund me a paycheck? Because the bills will come in regularly. So you need to really understand that it is on its very face more complicated, simply due to those multiple sources of income. So that said, one of the big considerations that we have is that, of course, when we're kids, our expenses are nil. Mom and dad are paying for everything. In working years, typically, these are the years where your expenses are highest. Why are they highest? Because some of you still have kids in school. That's a big driver of expense. But we just tend to spend more. We might be accumulating, we might be buying homes, we might be doing any number of things. But typically what we want to do is begin to restrain our expenses as we get older. I don't know about you, but I'm not interested in going in the stores much anymore, because every time I see something I like, I realize I already have that, or something really close to it. So I do think that's a natural process, that you find yourself spending a little bit less as you get older, and I think it is also true in retirement that the expenses tend to drop in terms of consumer items and so on. Of course, there are other expenses that are going to go up. So we'll talk a little bit about that. First, I do want to just remind you that there are some things that will always be with us. And inflation is one of those troubling clock cleaners for a retired person, because it's ever present, always like the tracks underneath our costs. And sometimes people will ask me, well, what is inflation doing currently? Sometimes I know, sometimes I don't. I don't always check what inflation rate is in a given year. The reason why I don't do it is because what it does in a given year isn't really important. It's what it does over many years, what it does over a period of years. And when I stand in a room, and I've already asked you how many of you are close to retirement, and you all raise your hand, I know I don't need to explain inflation to you, because we all can remember what we used to pay for whatever example you like to use. You know, I used to like to use ice cream cones because I love ice cream. But you can use any example you want. A lot of people paid more for their more for their golf clubs than they paid for their first car. So we know what it is. Just keep in mind that this is a great driver underneath everything, even if you have found a way to cut back on expenses. So we want to just understand that that is the case. And of course, it's not just about burgers and fries. It's also about medical care. It's about nursing home care for sure. So we have different inflation rates depending on what it is we're in the market for. Those of you who put some kids through school, you might have been astounded at how much more it was than when we went to school. So I certainly was when it was time to send my children to college. So keep these things in mind as you look at that big picture, the big issues that you have to deal with, and then begin the process of making this personal. Now, one thing I do want to just say to you, some of you may have heard me use this example before. I hesitate to use it at Duke because it's part of your benefits package that it applies to something else, the rule of 72. But the number 72 has some interesting characteristics, and we use it to figure out how inflation is going to impact us. This has nothing to do with the rule of 72 at Duke. This is a separate thing. We look at 72 and we say, well, if 72 is an easy way to figure out how long it will take inflation to double prices. So if you say, well, if inflation runs at 4%, 4 goes into 72, how many times? 18. That means at an average rate of 4%, over 18 years, prices will double. Now, inflation's long-term average is 3%. At that rate, prices double every 24 years. It's just something to know because we don't know what inflation is going to do. Anybody remember the inflation rate when Jimmy Carter was in office? I think that's why he only had one term. Yeah, really high. It was great if you wanted to open a money market or buy bonds, but it wasn't so great for people at the grocery store. So when you get beyond those initial questions, those big picture questions, you then really want to get personal and start with some of the easier questions. So when am I going to retire? This is something that is normally going to be your decision and within your control. When is it going to start? What will we do? Meaning, what are the expense drivers? We talked about this a little bit. A person who wants to travel and travel a lot is going to have expenses to travel. And the other thing that I like to remind you about is that we do live different lives, perhaps from the way our parents lived. Many of us live in a different area of the country from family members. And it is really normal that when you retire, you start to spend more time with family. It might be your grandkids, your kids, it might be your sisters or brothers or siblings. But there is a tendency that we now have the time, and when we were working, perhaps we didn't have the time. And the greatest example I can give you is myself. I live in New York City, but my grandchildren are in Santa Barbara. So it's a trek. It's expensive, and I want to do it all the time. I really want to do it all the time. So if there's something about your personal situation that is a little bit different, and you know that that's going to cause an expense bump for you, factor it in. Because something else may need to be reduced so that you can live that life that you want to, that includes travel or being with family. Now, of course, the last question is, how long will financial planners, they love to joke that if you can answer that question, I can tell you exactly to the penny what your retirement is going to cost you. Because, of course, we would have all of the salient facts. But the reality is we don't know that. I'm going to give you up front one of my biases. One of my biases is that I think that longevity is one of the biggest risk factors that we have. We could really get lucky and live a long life. Pardon me. Now, I would just say to you that my mother was raised by her aunt. And I told you my age already. Aunt Hilda just passed away in 2011. I had a grandmother until 2011. She was 102. She had a brother who fought in World War II, and he named her as the beneficiary on an annuity. She had been receiving an annuity payment from the government since 1943. Now, the reality is, what did that annuity payment look like after all those years of inflation and so on? Not much. But it is something to think about because it is getting less and less unusual for us to have family members who live in their 90s. And we see a number of people who are pushing right up there into triple digits. So it is a factor to consider, and the best that I can say to you is take a look around at your family. If you have any of those spikers, I call them, because most families, most people are dying in that expected age range that we might think, 80 to 90 or so. But some are really sort of outperforming. I have longevity in my family going back to the 1800s, so it scares me. I'm putting it out there for you that I may say something to you that doesn't sound like your family, but that is my bias, that we have to try and figure out what may be a longer period of life than we had as working people. So that is something that is important to consider, and you have to estimate how long your retirement may go. And that's the best we can do. I think you estimate it to the best of your ability, maybe add 2 or 3 years as a contingency, and then use that as your number for how long your retirement may last. So, what do we do then? In order to figure out what it's going to cost us, we typically, as planners, will look at what are you spending now? What does it cost you to go to work, for medical insurance? Of course, you have certain taxation, including taxation for Social Security. If you're not working, the taxation of your paycheck will go away at the very least. Transportation, commuting costs, all those things. If you can figure out what you are living on now, this is like a budget after the fact. Those of you who work from a budget, you may already have this done. But for most of us, we need to sit down when we are ready to retire and really get a fix on where the money is going right now. And I was speaking this morning to someone, and we chuckled at the way most of us grew up. Most of us grew up, I would imagine, if you grew up like I did, in a house with one phone, one TV, one car. So we live a lot differently from perhaps the way our parents were living. We all have our toys and we enjoy them. But, you know, you want to think about those things. Those are expenses that you have now. Will you continue to have those types of expenses? And the answer is probably yes for most of them, but some of them will change. So what you want to do is figure out what's going to change. When you add it all up, it's 100% now of what you're, 100% of what you are have coming in should be 100% of what you are apportioning to things, assuming you include your savings. Now, the idea then, once you've put a fix on what you're spending now, is to go back over that same list and ask yourself, what's going to change when we retire? So, this is an example. So we saw some expenses on the first slide that you don't see here. Maybe they're eliminated. Other expenses may go up or down in terms of their percentage of your total income. What do they take up in the percentage of your total income? Now I'm going to tell you that I consider this is called the retirement replacement ratio. What percentage of what you're spending now will you spend in retirement? It's obviously a projection, an estimate, and it can be very fungible because maybe you want to kick off your retirement with a new car. Or maybe you want to kick off your retirement with that trip you've been promising the spouse for years. So you're going to have some years where expenses are higher than others. But what we really want to do is get a sense of what is that average year going to look like. This method, I think, is great if you are about 5 years out from retirement. If you're going to retire in 2016 or before, I say do it in dollars and cents. Do a dollars and cents budget and then do a dollars and cents estimate. This includes the cost of your utilities, the cost of property tax, everything that you can think of for where your money's going now, and again, where you think the changes will be when you're retired. So this is a great first step to take to understand personal expenses in retirement. And that can be your Bible when you retire, to see how well are we staying within the ratios that we estimated at retirement, and perhaps make changes going forward. Okay? Anybody have questions on any of this thus far? Yes?
Why after retired the income tax is still 20%?
Yes, because they generally don't go down as much as we think. I would say to you that prior to Ronald Reagan being elected, we had many more tax brackets than we have today. Today, there are only about 4. And so the bracket itself is larger. It encompasses a greater range of income. So it is possible that you could see lower taxes, but I would say as planners, we want to make sure that you see that, because it is a common question that we get. And it is important that you know that it's not quite the same as most of us believe. Also, have you noticed that practically everything is taxed? Your tags are taxed. You know, all of these fees that get tacked onto everything, in my mind, that's a tax. You know, you call it a fee if you want to. But there are a lot of different types of taxes in place today that I don't think we had in the past, so we do like to just make that a fact of life. The other thing that a lot of people really are unaware of is that while you are actively employed, you have many choices for pre-tax benefits. You pay for many of your benefits on a pre-tax basis. You can set money aside to pay for additional medical expenses, vision, hearing, in a flexible spending account on a pre-tax basis. You get to save on a pre-tax basis. Guess what? That's because you have a job. One of the interesting things is that we don't realize that when you retire, as I like to say, there's no pre-tax nothing except what you have established or benefited from while you were working. So obviously, if you've contributed to the 403B on a pre-tax basis, that's great. You had an advantage there as that money compounded on a pre-tax basis. However, when you draw that money out, it's going to be subject to income taxes at whatever your tax bracket is. If you don't know this, let me advise you that a lot of us believe that income taxes were designed just to raise revenue for the government so they could do things. Income taxes are also behavior modification. If there's something the government would like us to do, they give us a tax break for it. So in the 70s, they figured out that Social Security wasn't going to be enough for most people. So what did they do? They created qualified plans, allowed you to contribute to them on a pre-tax basis, and we all did it because we got a tax break for doing it. So it's one way to look at life. Where are the tax breaks and what is it they're really trying to get us to do? But keep that in mind that taxation does not go away. A lot of people believe that they will get their Social Security payments without taxation. For most people, that's not true either. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's talk about figuring out how much you're going to have when you retire. So typically, your financial resources are going to come from one of three categories, Social Security being one of them, personal resources being one of them. Perhaps you have savings that you did not do through employment. You opened up your own little mutual fund account, and every time you had extra money, you threw it that way. Or perhaps you are a person who just, it's your orientation that you save. You like to save a little extra here and there. IRAs that you opened back in the day. Some people I've met opened a $1,000 IRA every year for the first several years that they were offered. So one of the things about retirement is so many people in this room raised their hand when I said, do you think you'll be stepping away within the next 3 years? One of the things you want to do is begin to get your arms around what sources do I have? So obviously we know we have Social Security, but in this category, personal resources, a lot of times you may have earned some sort of retirement fund at a prior employer. Now, if you've worked at Duke your whole life, well, then that's not the case. But many of us have worked other places. There might be a 401k, a 403b, an old defined benefit plan, which would pay you a certain amount every month for your life. So begin to get your arms around about what really is out there with your name on it, okay? And we're going to start by looking at Social Security. Now, Social Security was created in 1935, I believe it is. Franklin Roosevelt is in office. I noticed that the show, The Roosevelts, is back on PBS. I think next week or the following week they'll be talking about the creation of Social Security if you're interested in that. The thing about it, at that time, poverty amongst the elderly was a huge problem in this country and a shame. At that time also, though, there were some characteristics of the community which were assumed. For example, it was assumed that everybody was married. And it went right along with the picket fence and so on and so forth, you know. So you see a lot of characteristics of Social Security that are oriented towards how life was viewed in 1935. But the important thing is, when can I get that money? And here it is on the board. So if you were born between 1943 and 1954, age 66 is your full retirement age. Born after 1959, 1960 and later, your full retirement age is 67. So now I know there's a question out there, right? What happened to me? I was born in 1956 or 7. This is the government's great brains at work. They decided that if you were born between 1955 and 1959, that you figure out your own full retirement age by using a little math. So the math goes like this. For every year that you're in between, for every year that you're over 1954, you add 2 months. So for example, if you were born in 1956, your full retirement age would be 66 and 4 months. 2 months for 1955, 2 months for 1956. Social Security does not feel this is an unusual way of doing business because they prorate everything right down to the day. So keep that in mind. That's who you're dealing with. Now, how many of you have gotten an estimate recently from Social Security? That's great. You guys are on top of this. I'm really pleased. You may know that they announced a few years ago they were going to stop sending them, and everybody would have to go online. Then they decided that they were going to go back to sending them for anybody that was pretty close to 65. So some of us are still getting them once again in the mail. I was very impressed with going online, and I do think that it's a good idea because, of course, if you do go online and you've signed in, created a password, you have access to so many other answers to your questions. And this, beyond just the estimate, it's really a great idea. It's a great website that they have going on. So the form, the estimate form, may or may not be coming to you annually. They used to come about 2 to 3 months prior to your birthday. If it's not coming to you, definitely go online and get your estimate, take a look at it. They will then send you a letter confirming that it's you, so it seems to be pretty secure. Now, full retirement age, FRA, is how the Social Security Administration will refer to that. Don't confuse this with the age for Medicare. Medicare is 65 for everyone. So keep that in mind. And of course, Medicare is also administered by the Social Security Administration. Now, that said, these are your ages, depending on when you're born, for full benefits. In other words, an unreduced benefit. Actually, anyone can decide to take their Social Security early. Now, Social Security doesn't really want you to take it early, but you could take it as early as 62. We're going to see that it doesn't make sense for most people to take it at 62 if they're still going to be working, but it is available to you. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that if you take it early, it's going to be a reduced amount. Why? Think about this. Your full retirement age is 66, and you decide you're going to take it at 62. The amount on your estimate, pardon me, the amount on your estimate is a singular amount. That's what you have put into the system. That's what your earnings entitle you to. That doesn't change. And so if you say, I'm going to take it 4 years early, Social Security says that means we're going to be paying you for 4 years that we wouldn't have had to pay you if you took it at 66. Hello, that's 48 more paychecks. We're going to reduce the amount of each paycheck in order to pay it to you over a longer period of years. That's how they see it. So whenever you hear about a reduced benefit, typically that's what it tracks back to. Now, so if your full retirement age is 66 and you decide to take it at 62, you would get 75% of what you would have gotten had you waited till you were full retirement age 66. Now, I mentioned that Social Security does prorate everything. So obviously, if you took it at 63 or 64, it would be more than this 75%, inching its way up to 100% at full retirement age. So keep that issue in mind because taking it early does have some consequences. So let's take a look at that. Now, I do want to just mention that I mentioned earlier that the assumption was, when Social Security was created, was that everybody had a spouse. You know, that it was the great American typical family, so to speak. So Social Security has always had a spousal benefit. It was great when we had this idea that a man was the breadwinner and left the home every day, and this wife stayed at home, minded the children, vacuumed the floors in pearls and high heels, right? Yeah. Okay, so we know that that's not the way it is now, even perhaps not the way it was then. So, but Social Security has this idea of a spousal benefit. So I just want to address that a little bit. If we think about two people, both of whom work, rarely do they both make the same amount of money, or rarely have they both worked the same number of years. There should be some disparity in those figures. So let's just take an example of a married couple where the higher compensated person is going to get $2,000 each month from Social Security. The lower compensated person is only going to get, maybe $700 from Social Security, because that's what their work record would entitle them to. Social Security will say, well, you're going to get 50% of what the higher earning spouse is getting. So not the $700 that your work record entitled you to, but 50% of what your higher earning spouse is getting. So together, they would get the $2,000 that the higher earning spouse is getting, and $1,000 for the lower earning spouse, because the lower earning spouse was entitled to less than 50% of what the higher earning spouse was going to get. So using that example, $2,000 for the higher spouse, that's what they're entitled to. $700 for the lower spouse, that's what they're entitled to. Social Security would say, no, you get bumped up to 50% of what the higher earning spouse is getting. Now let's take another example where we have two spouses, a disparity. One is getting $2,000, the other is entitled to $1,500. In that case, the spouse that's entitled to less would get $1,500. Why? Because they're entitled to more than 50% on their own work record. So they're going to receive an amount based on their own work record. Both of them, while they're living, would receive that, those amounts. So it is going to be an amount equal to 50% of the higher earning spouse, more if you're entitled to more. And one of the great things about Social Security is when you go in to talk to them, if you decide to do that, they always will tell you the best way to use your benefit. It's amazing that they do that, but they do. So the other thing to keep in mind, a spouse who's entitled to 50% would also experience a reduction for taking it prior to their full retirement age. So the spouse who's entitled to 50% of the higher earning spouse wants to take it at 62, that spouse is going to see a reduction. So it might not be 50%, it might be 32%. Okay? Yes?
Many of us have spouses that are different ages, and what if we retire at different ages, and one is eligible for Social Security, the other is still working? Are you eligible for part of their Social Security while they're still working?
Yes. So she asked, if we have two spouses, and one of them, they're different ages, and one of them wants to take it at 62 and the other is still working, it might also be the other one may not be working, but they haven't decided to take their Social Security yet. Can they take it separately? The answer is yes. And we sometimes will hear this referred to as maximizing the Social Security benefit. A lot of spouses do this. While one spouse takes it early, the other spouse waits until the age of 70 when it maxes out. So that is one of those things that Social Security can discuss with you if you go in to talk to them about the best way for you and your spouse to take advantage of your Social Security payments. Yeah. Yes?
But does the spouse that's taking the 50% benefit have to be 62?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't get it any sooner than 62.
Correct. So she asked, the spouse who's taking it early, must they wait until 62? The answer generally is yes. There's only one case, or actually there's a couple of cases. Sometimes people are disabled, and they can take, if Social Security gives you disability payments, then you're basically retired on disability. There is also the ability for a person who has been widowed in their younger years to begin taking Social Security benefits at the age of 60. But that is a very special set of circumstances. I like to mention it sometimes because I know sometimes that's happened to people and they have no idea that they can get Social Security at age 60. You're getting it based on the work record of the deceased partner. But it's an exception. Generally speaking, 62 is the earliest that you can take it, even if you are taking the 50% amount. Okay? Everybody with me on that? Yes, sir.
What happens if a spouse retires at 62, immediately freezes that? I mean, if somebody retires at 62, freezes, and the spouse takes spousal benefits, does that affect?
Yes. Oh, you're saying that the higher earning person retires?
Retires at 62, and I heard there's something they can do, they can put a freeze on it, not draw on it, but the spouse can.
Yes, that's right. That's really what we were talking about here. Yes. Yes, they can. So even though Social Security, as I said, it harkens back so many years, they assumed everybody was a spouse. But the reality is everybody gets their own individual benefit based on the relevant facts. So they will look at those facts, and you do have some choices. For example, some people, as I mentioned, one spouse wants to take it early, the other spouse delays. And keep this in mind, too, that you might retire today and then go back to work, full or part-time. Well, that money that is coming out of that paycheck would still be accruing to you in your Social Security benefit, yeah. So it still goes on. Yes?
How long does a marriage have to have lasted in order for the ex-spousal benefit to occur?
10 years. So does everyone know what she's referring to? If you were married and then subsequently divorced, but the marriage lasted for more than 10 years, the ex-spouse may be able to receive benefits based on the years that the marriage lasted. So that is, yeah. This is one of the things that upsets people the most when I this little fact, they're thinking about that ex-spouse still getting money. They don't like that idea, but yeah, that is true. So keep it in mind because it is true, yes.
So if the higher earning spouse retires at their full retirement age.
Yes.
The spouse is younger.
Mhm.
And they wait until their full retirement age to retire. And they can then draw 50% of the higher spouse who's already retired. And they're both at full retirement age.
Yes. At any given point, spouses are going to receive whatever the higher calculation turns out to be. Yeah.
So you can have your ex-husband and your current husband drawing.
I have two words, or wife. Or wife, yes. Could be the other way around, yeah. Who's talking? Yes.
So if you're remarried, the spouse, they'll draw from?
assuming the ex-spouse is not remarried, they may, yes. Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, you know what? There was a time when a divorce is always has an economic impact, always. And there was a time when a divorce would sort of leave someone just high and dry. And so this sort of rule was designed that if you were able to live with that awful person for 10 years, you know, you ought to get something. So that's kind of the idea. It's a social construct within Social Security. Yes?
And if the widow remarried, then she could not draw at 60 on the Social Security deceased spouse.
If the widow remarried, I believe that's right, but I have to tell you, I'm not 100% sure on the widow. I think that's right, though. Yes. Yes?
One clarification, if I, for example, retired my full retirement age 66,
Mhm.
my husband's still working,
Mhm.
I want to defer my Social Security to 70, at 65, can I start drawing from his even though he's still working? Because I'm retired.
No, can't do that.
Think about it, too.
Yes. I mean, you can't draw from his and defer yours. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay. So one of the things I want to talk about here is this idea of taking Social Security early. At age 62, you can take it. One of the reasons why people do not take it is that Social Security imposes a limit on how much you can earn from wages and salary. We're not talking about taxable income. We're talking about wages and salary. They will limit that over this amount, over these amounts that they've set. If you're earning more than these amounts, then they're going to begin to dock the Social Security payment in the following year. So as an example, we have on the board here, if you're between 62 and your normal retirement age, that's what NRA is, between 62 and 66 or 67. If you are between those ages and you're out there working, they will let you earn $15,720 prior to saying, well, that's enough. We're going to start adjusting your Social Security payment downward. Now, one of the reasons why they do this is because Social Security is still living in the 30s. They feel like they are retirement. They don't want to know from 401ks, 403bs, annuities. To them, if you start to take your Social Security benefit, you must be retired. And so they would say to you, to justify this thing that they do, they would say to you, well, if you wanted to retire, why are you working? That's how they see it. That's because they have tunnel vision, right? They're only seeing Social Security. But this is a fact of life. So $15,720 is the limit in 2015. If you were taking your Social Security benefit at 62 and still coming here to work every day, after you reach 15,720, Social Security would begin to dock and record what you are earning over this limit. And what you earn over this limit is penalized at $1 for every $2 you earn over the limit. Okay? So they want you to think about it before you say, I'm retiring at 62.
Is NRA the same as FRA?
FRA, yes, full retirement age or normal retirement age, yes, same thing. Now, in the year that you're going to turn your full retirement age, they bump it up to $41,000. And after you reach your full retirement age, they could care less. Go out, become Bill Gates, start a new company, make millions, they don't care. Your full retirement age, they're fine with it.
Earnings, is that from a paycheck?
In this, we are talking about from a paycheck, so wages and salary. That's really what we're talking about here. Yes?
When you say the year you reach NRA,
Mm-hmm.
say your birthday's in December and you retire 6 months early but within that same year, then is your limit the 15 or the 40?
It's the 41. You're in the year that you're going to turn 66, even in January. You know, if you, it would be 41. Yes, sir.
9.5 years ago, I had a brain tumor. After 2 years, I went on full disability. When I reach 65, can I go back to work again and not jeopardize my disability?
I have to tell you, that's a question for Social Security. I don't know. I would call them or go to them and ask that question. Are you still on disability? Call them. So, because you can ask the question in a general way and get an answer, and you don't have to necessarily reveal your identity or anything like that. Yeah. But it's a very specific set of circumstances, and I really don't know the answer.
I was just thinking, when my wife retires, if we chose to open a little restaurant or do something like that, then would I be able to actually?
Well, if you're both going to take a benefit as retirees, you're getting to, you said you're 65 or 66? Yeah. 63. So you could weigh retirement itself rather than disability retirement, and then it shouldn't be any question. I would think that you can do that. Both of you can do it, or you can do it separately. But really on this, you really should consult with Social Security, just to be sure. I'm really just functioning off of my own logic, which may not be right. Yeah. Yes, ma'am?
To understand this clearly, so if my salary is above 41,000, and then the year I reach my normal retirement age, I could collect Social Security, but my salary would be reduced?
No, your Social Security payment would be reduced the following year. So your you were saying that you're taking your Social Security benefit early, right?
No, I'm gonna, if I wanna continue working past my retirement, past the normal retirement.
Two different things. You can continue to work as long as you're not taking your Social Security benefit, two different issues. Okay? All right. Yes, yes.
Said that there may be a benefit to something called file and suspend. What is that, and why would that be beneficial?
File and suspend is what we were talking about earlier. I referred to it as maximizing the Social Security benefit, where one spouse files and the other spouse delays until the age of 70. That's what they're referring to. A lot of this, by the way, is discussed on ssa.gov. So, yes. Mm-hmm.
You talked about the spousal benefit while both parties are, if the higher wage earner deceased, what is the left for the spouse?
Yes, so in the case that we have two retirees, both of whom are getting an amount based on their own work record, or somebody who may be taking 50%, doesn't matter. When a married couple, one of the persons deceases, and the other person was earning more, getting more from Social Security, the person who is getting less will stop getting what they were getting and begin to get what the higher earning spouse was getting before they passed away. So in the example I gave you of one person entitled to $2,000 and another person entitled to $700, person who's entitled to $700 would stop getting it, and they would then get $2,000. In either example, when the higher earning spouse passes away, the lower earning spouse gets that full amount. All right, we have to move on. Some other things to know. A lot of people, I'm always surprised at how many people still don't know that more than likely your Social Security benefit will be taxed. Yes. So the question is, how much will it be taxed? So this chart is designed to show you And this is unlike what we looked at on the last two slides. What we looked at on the last two slides involved only wages and salary. This is overall preliminary adjusted gross. Sometimes on your tax form it's called modified adjusted gross. Modified adjusted gross, as you see in the white note at the bottom, it includes wages, interest, dividends, rental income, other sources. So that means everything, baby. Everything that you've got coming in is going to go into this bucket called modified adjusted gross or preliminary adjusted gross. And depending on the dollar value, when you figure that number out, if it's under $25,000 and you're a single person, then you don't have to pay any tax on your Social Security benefit. If you're married filing jointly and together modified adjusted gross is under $32,000, you don't have to pay any tax. But if modified adjusted gross falls within $25,000 to $34,000 for a single person, or $32,000 to $44,000 for a married couple, up to 50% of what you receive from Social Security will be taxable. Okay? And earning more than those two figures, more than $34,000 for a single person, more than $44,000 for a married couple, 85% of what you're receiving from Social Security will be subject to tax. Okay? So that's how that works. So this is not a tax rate. Make sure you understand this. If we look at the line that says 50%, and you're getting $2,000 from Social Security, what we're saying is 50% of that, $1,000, is taxable. Okay? It's taxable. So don't think that they're going to take 50%. That's not what it's about. Yes?
In the bottom, where it says plus 50% of Social Security benefits,
Yes.
that's the amount included in the bracket, right?
Correct. It is.
Then, if it's between 25 and 34, it's 50% of that amount, not the full Social Security income.
I'm sorry, say that last part again?
It includes wages, interest, dividends, rental income, other sources,
Mhm.
plus 50% of Social Security benefits.
Yes.
So the amount we're looking at,
Includes 50% of the Social Security benefit, yes.
if that amount is between 25 and 34, then 50% of that amount is taxable, right?
No.
50% of
No, no, no. What is in white here is how modified adjusted gross is calculated. What they're saying to you is include all of these things. And if all of these things total to more than $25,000, you're going to be taxed on some portion of your Social Security benefit.
We're looking at 50% of Social Security benefits for qualifying amount, and then 50% of that.
No. No. We're just looking at a finite number. We're looking at a finite number when you add all of these different things together. And that's what will be taxable, that number that you come up with.
So the $1,000.
It's not going to be 50% of 50%. It's not like that.
Isn't it misleading, the way it's illustrated?
Comes straight from the government. If you want, we're going to take a break. If you want, we will. You can come and we'll discuss it. Now, other things to know. I mentioned to you that the website is really great. I was really impressed with it, and basically, you want to start getting yourself together and understanding Social Security a little bit better about a year out. Social Security will always want to hear from you 60 to 90 days prior to when you want a benefit to start. That's for your Social Security payments. That is also for Medicare. You're going to show up 60 to 90 days ahead of the date you want your Medicare to start or the date you want to receive your first Social Security check. Okay? Now, I have had phenomenally good luck calling the number for Social Security and getting an answer. I find them to be really one of the better places that we can get customer service anymore. And so I always talk them up because I'm very happy when I call them. I'm usually calling on behalf of a client. And so I'm very happy with the response that I get, and I get a human being relatively quickly. So I would encourage you to do that if you're the kind of person that wants to talk it out. They'll talk to you up to a point. They don't want to talk about anything too personal without you coming in. They want to make sure that it's you. Okay? Yeah, so that's a big thing. Now, let's talk just a little bit about options that you have to take your money in retirement, and then we're going to take a little break after that. So as I mentioned to you, there are many different types of retirement plans and many different options that we have, different sources where the money may be. And so we have to think about some key questions. For example, if you've been contributing to a 403B, or you have 403Bs from your work, perhaps you have 401K from prior employment, it's time to get a look at what's there and how is it being managed may be a question that you have. How much am I paying in expenses may be a question that you have. And are you going to keep your funds in those vehicles, or will you roll it over to an IRA? Those of you who don't know, an IRA is an individual retirement account. I say account, technically it's called an individual retirement arrangement. But what it is a qualified plan. And also in the late 70s, the government devised these IRAs, and they said that you could deposit money into the IRA and still deduct the money. And I remember thinking at that time when my accountant told me that, I said, that can't be true. Why would they let you have a deduction and still let you keep the money? That just didn't make any sense to me. But in actual fact, that's how odd these qualified plans seemed at the time that they were developed. Today we take them for granted. So an IRA has many different permutations today. And keep in mind that like the 403B and the 401K, you can only contribute to an IRA while you are working. It has to be income from wages and salary that we contribute to these plans. However, what a retired person may decide to do is what's called a rollover. They may have an existing bundle of money in a 401K or a 403B and say, I'm going to roll this over to an IRA at XYZ Financial Services Company, or you're going to roll it over to a mutual fund company. Typically, the reason why people do this is because they want different or more investment options. Maybe they don't care much for the options that they have in their 403B or their 401K, or they're interested in exploring something else. Sometimes it's because they're interested in working with a particular financial manager. So they'll roll it over to an IRA wherever that person happens to be working. In both cases, a rollover is not a taxable event. Okay? So the government says if you are going to roll the money over from one qualified plan to another, 403B to IRA, that's not a taxable event. If you take money from either one of those vehicles and put it in your checking account to spend it, that is a taxable event. That's assumed that that has become income for you and it will be subject to income taxes. Okay? So something to keep in mind. Now, in terms of how we should be withdrawing money, this is something where people have many different philosophies of how to do this. But one of the things that you need to consider, once you've decided how much you're going to need to live on, then you need to decide, well, where's it coming from and how are we going to pay ourselves? Are we going to pay ourselves a paycheck every month? or perhaps every quarter? Are we going to take the same amount out year to year and adjust for inflation? Or should we take a flat percentage of whatever the balance is each year? So these are questions to ask yourself and answer them to the best of your ability, because you now are the employer and the employee. You decide how you're going to be paid, and so this is a really important consideration. So a lot of people use some sort of system in order to figure out how they're going to pay themselves. In other words, they want a structure. And I have to tell you, I believe this is a great idea. I do not think it's a great idea to just take money as you need it, kind of helter-skelter. Have a plan, even have a budget. Maybe you love to travel, but you should have a cap on what you're going to spend each year on travel, so that it doesn't get out of hand. I'll tell you that some people who've come to this meeting and met me before, they know that I've renovated a house in New York. And I'm thinking that I need to be closer to my parents, and I'm thinking of doing that again, which shows that some people never learn. And of course, the biggest concern that I have is that that is a possible huge expense out of retirement. If you decide to do something like that, you're going to build, you're going to renovate. It can, you have cost overruns, and those cost overruns are at the expense of your retirement funds. So do come up with something that is your system that makes sense to you as a way to draw down the different funds and assets that you have. Okay? Do we have questions? Yes.
Suppose you set up a system and something unusual happens, you still have the option to take a lump sum to pay for a new roof or whatever unexpected expenses come along?
Well, the answer is you've got to set up thinking that. So, for example, a lot of times people have heard of annuities, but typically, and we're going to talk about this after the break, I would never say that you put all of your money in annuities, or to have, when you look at your sources of income in retirement, you would not want to have everything paid to you monthly. You need that little slush fund on the side in case the roof leaks or the furnace blows out. We all need that. That's the emergency fund. So I would say that that's one of those considerations. Yes, you need to figure out how much do we have coming in each month to pay the bills, but hopefully you also need a little side money, because that's life, right? We all know that's life. And that never goes away. So yes, I would definitely, I would personally not annuitize every penny that I own, because I want some flexibility.
My wife and I both have 403Bs.
Mm-hmm.
If we retired in the same year, can we roll both to an IRA in the same tax year?
You can roll each, not both. Now, let me tell you what I'm saying here. So, an IRA is an individual retirement account, and all retirement accounts are linked to the name of the person who earned the money, the person who had the job. So you would still each continue to have separate accounts. You could have your joint checking account for when you draw money down, but you would each have your own separate account. As far as it being in a given tax year, remember that if you're doing a direct rollover, so let's say you tell the employer that has the 403B, please roll over this money to Merrill Lynch or Smith Barney, wherever you're going to do it, Morgan Stanley, any company that you choose, any bank that you choose. That's called a direct rollover. That means it goes from one institution to the other untouched by your human hands. That is not taxable. So in that sense, it doesn't matter what tax year it is. It is not a taxable event if you do that rollover. Okay?
But the single rollover per year only applies, it doesn't matter that we file jointly.
That it doesn't matter the what?
That we would file taxes jointly. We're individuals in that case.
Correct. correct? All right, so let's take a break. We typically do this for 20 minutes, so I think that puts us back here at 9:45. Great discussion. Are we ready? All right, so where were we? We were talking a little bit about taking distributions from our retirement plans. And I do encourage you to come up with a strategy for this, for how you're going to pay yourself. When we talk about annuities, I do want to give a little bit of attention to annuities because I think that sometimes people either don't understand the annuity, or maybe you have a view of an annuity that comes from the 1960s, which I think that sometimes we do think that. So a few things to keep in mind is that there are many different ways that money can be annuitized, or basically calculated to send you a given amount on a regular basis. The most typical one is lifetime income. So basically you've accumulated a certain amount of money over time, and you look at that money and say, well, to the point that was brought up earlier, we're going to set aside these dollars for our little slush fund in case of an emergency. But then the rest of it we're going to have paid to us quarterly or monthly or however it may be. Many ways to do that. Sometimes people do it for a period of years. You could do it for 5 to 10 years. Sometimes people will do one thing up until they are expecting an inheritance or another source to kick in. So many different ways that annuities work. Back in the day, it was assumed that if you were married, then you just defaulted to what's called a 50% joint and survivor option, which means that you get 100% of what you're entitled to until you pass away, and if and when you pass away, your spouse gets 50%. And if you were single, then you got 100%, and you didn't get to choose a joint annuitant, a partner to the annuity. You were single, too bad, you're single, that's it. So those things have changed, is my message to you. Much more flexibility is now available to us, and anytime that you're talking to a company about annuitizing money, you really want to share with them what your needs and your goals are, and talk about how those needs and goals can be achieved. All right, so keep these issues in mind. Now, lifetime income, as I mentioned, is the most common. And typically, the factors are, what was the lump sum amount? Basically, you're asking a company to take a lump sum that you provide and pay it back to you. And they're going to look at certain things in order to do that. One, the current interest rate that they know they can get on the money versus the interest rate that they might promise you or base your payments on. Life expectancy. Now, in this case, they're not looking at you personally. They're going to look at life expectancies in the United States. So as I mentioned to you with Aunt Hilda, you could beat the system if you live to be 102. And if you feel that you're not a person who's going to live a long life, because I mentioned to you that that's a bias that I have. But in actual fact, we all know that people die at all ages. And if you feel that your health is a factor or other factors, you may want to make choices appropriate to that. So, for example, you might decide to have a joint annuitant, even if you are a single person. You might want to leave money for someone else so that when you pass away, that payment could continue to someone that you've chosen. So typically in a fixed annuity is a vehicle whereby they're guaranteeing you an interest rate that they're going to base these payments on. possibly dividends, possibly an interest rate, but basically they're going to be paying you back your own principal plus whatever accumulated interest might accrue to that account as well. So something to understand. There's also something called a variable annuity. Now the variable annuity, to my way of thinking, it looks a lot like a retirement plan because it allows you to take the money that you're going to annuitize and invest it in mutual funds. Typically, there's an array of mutual fund choices that you have, just like we have in a retirement plan. And then what you accumulate from earned interest and investment growth can still add to your total amount that you are drawing down. So it's variable in that there's growth potential. Many times we see people mix the fixed annuity and the growth annuity or the variable annuity for that very reason. You know, we're all concerned about longevity, and if we get lucky, we may need growth for longer than we might be thinking we need it right now. So do understand that that is also an option and one way to perhaps stay ahead of inflation. Keeping in mind there's going to be more risk in that variable annuity because nothing is being guaranteed there. Typically, you would have your choice of the investment options. You get to change those investment options. Again, it's very much like what we experience in a 403b, 401k. Now, what about tax treatment? Okay, now, annuity payments. Look at what it says on the first bullet point. Did I lie to you before? Fully taxable. That is usually the case. And the government has this term that they refer to as ordinary income. So taxed as ordinary income, translated for you and me, that means it's taxed at whatever income tax bracket you happen to be in that year. So one year you might be in a normal tax bracket for you. The next year you sell a home, you're in a higher tax bracket. Okay, so whatever it is in a given year, that is what we mean by being taxed at ordinary income tax rates. One of the beauties of an annuity is it is like creating a paycheck for yourself. So you do have the option of asking the company or the firm that is annuitizing your money to also withhold taxes. They'll withhold state and federal taxes for you if you allow them to do it. Okay? So questions on any of this? All right, let's.
What's the advantage of having annuities over just having an investment?
All right, so the question is, what's the advantage of having an annuity over just having an investment? And I would say to you that this is what investment professionals, in consideration of whatever it is they might be selling, they would ask the same question. So for example, the rule of thumb is that the annuity company is using a fixed rate of interest to figure out what they can pay you. You could do that for yourself. You could just say, well, gee, if I can get 5% on average every year, I can just pay myself a monthly benefit. If you do that, you are assuming the risk. So one of the things about an annuity is that the company that is doing the annuity or annuitizing your money for you is promising you a fixed rate of interest, and you make your plans based on that and based on the dollar amount they're going to pay you every quarter or every month. If they don't get that rate of interest, they assume the risk. So that's one difference. I would say to you that annuities do have fees embedded, so you know it's something that you should consider in a very careful way and make sure that you understand and that everything is disclosed to your understanding. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Now, here's a question. What if I die before starting my annuity payments? So one of the reasons why we always encourage you, I'm sure you get annual emails from all sorts of sources telling you to take a moment and make sure that you have named beneficiaries on all of your retirement accounts. Cannot stress how important that is. Even if you think you've done it everywhere, you should just check once a year. I always say that I always lock my car with the key. I always lock my car with the key in my hand. You know why I do that, right? Yeah. Because I can't lock myself out that way. But also I do it because I want to develop the habit. I don't want to wonder if I locked the car. And this is what naming beneficiaries does for us. And on these particular accounts, a named beneficiary is what's generally required. So we talked about taxation of retirement plans already, and we've talked about the fact that in general, these plans, when you take a distribution, are taxed at your ordinary income tax rate. But if you have passed away, be aware that the government, the federal government at least, has different rules for a spouse that inherits a retirement plan versus a non-spouse. So by non-spouse, generally we're saying children. It's more complicated, and it's too complicated to talk about here. But certainly, if I were doing any sort of estate planning, I would want to make sure that I understand what happens if both of us are gone and the children, there's still money left in the IRA. Because you want to make a plan for that and speak to your kids about it, whoever is going to be your heir. They should know that they may have to act very quickly. Okay? So just some little notes to self. I mentioned earlier that you do want to talk to an annuity company if you choose to go that way. So assuming you're not going to do it for yourself, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with doing it for yourself. You can absolutely do that. I think that for some people are very proactive about their money their entire lives, My mother is still so on top of her finances. It amazes me. My mother is 84, and she still plays the stock market. I had to have a conversation with her the other day where I said, if anything happens to you and you are not, you're in a nursing home or something like this, I want you to know I'm going to sell that portfolio and put it in something safe because she is a risk taker. She's on top of that. She enjoys it. Okay. That's not me. I see it as her money. I'm going to try and preserve it. Okay, so these are just things to think about. But some people are very much on top of the details, and others are not. So one of the factors in an annuity and whether or not it's suitable for you is that very thing, the convenience factor. Some people want to retire and go do what they want to do. They don't want to be managing the money. They don't want to be watching Squawk Box every morning to see what went on in the market last night. But others do not. So an annuity, it could be financially appropriate or not, and it could be suitable to your personality or not. So you want to think about both of those things. In addition, when the time comes, you certainly want to think about how you want to be paid, whether or not there's going to be someone that you name as your survivor. And if you name someone as your survivor, typically you will have choices, not like the old days where it was 50% or nothing. But typically you can choose to leave a survivor 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. And depending on how much you leave for that survivor, your amount will be adjusted downward. The richer the benefit to a surviving partner, the lower your benefit goes while you are living. Okay, so there's kind of a trade-off there. But basically, you're having a reduction to your monthly amount in order to pay for benefits after you're gone for someone else. That's basically how it works. The other thing to be aware of is that there's some attributes of the annuity, other types of guarantees. So on the one hand, I said the annuity company might guarantee you a fixed rate, but there's a guarantee called period certain. Period certain is something that is often used when a person either might be single and doesn't have someone that is going to be their survivor, or it could be other circumstances that drives the person to say that if I pass away, if I retire and I pass away quickly, soon after retirement, I slip on the proverbial banana peel. I want to make sure that for a period of years, somebody else gets that benefit, even if I'm not around. This is what the period certain guarantee is. So effectively, you could say, I want a 10-year period certain. I'm going to get $2,000 a month. I want 10 years period certain. You pass away after 5 years. For the remaining 5 years, $2,000 a month would be paid to a beneficiary of your choosing. The same amount that you would have gotten is guaranteed to be a certain payment, even if you pass away in fewer years than that. So again, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that there's much more flexibility today in annuities than some of us may think. So even a cash refund if someone dies early. But you have to initiate that, keeping in mind that annuities are contractual in nature. You will sign a contract on that annuity, and whatever the contract has in it is what will be binding. So you need to think about these things prior. You can't really revoke it and go and start over again. So keep that in mind as well. Now, some other things to think about. We've been talking about taxes quite a bit, and we know that when you take distributions from a retirement plan, money is taxable when received. When is it received? When it comes out of the plan for you to spend it. You transfer it into your checking account, or you have a check sent to your home. In general, when a lump sum of money of any size is transferred from a retirement plan, the government requires that 20% of the face value of that distribution is set aside for taxation. So this is something that the government does to make sure that they get their money. Does this strike you as odd? I always use the analogy of the lottery winner. Think about winning the lottery sometimes. Don't we all think that? Imagine yourself up on that stage holding that big fake check. Guess who's behind the curtain? You will not walk out of there with the face value that's on that check because IRS wants to be paid first. And IRS has many little rules that are designed to keep us from taking some money and getting on the next flight to Costa Rica or something. They want their tax money, and so they force the financial services companies, employers, anytime a lump sum of money is transferred to you, that there is a 20% withholding required. Now, you yourself could choose to withhold more than that, but they're going to withhold at least that amount because the federal government forces them to do that. There are some caveats when you take money out. They're on a slide that's coming up, so we'll talk about that. Once again, just as a reminder, when you do that direct rollover, not a taxable event, the taxation occurs later. So let's say you have a 403B and you're going to roll it over to an IRA. Gets to the IRA, continues to be invested. When you take distributions from the IRA, that's when taxation would happen. Now, a question has come up, and I want to just mention this because we've been talking about rollovers. And a lot of times, people will say to me, well, can I roll over to a Roth IRA? What do you think? Yes, exactly. This gentleman says if you pay the taxes, yes. So here's the thing, it's not called a rollover. It's called a conversion. Why? Because you're converting a pre-tax sum of money to post-tax. And of course, the way IRS is, I just explained it, they want you to pay that up front, right? So when you do the conversion, taxes will be due. That said, if you believe that your taxes now are lower than they might be in the future, it might be a wise thing because you pay the taxes now, go ahead and convert that money to the Roth IRA and continue to let it grow and accumulate and earn interest on it. And the government says when you take it out, not going to be subject to tax. The other beauty of that is that on pre-tax retirement plans, there is a rule at age 70 that you must begin taking distributions. There is no such rule with an IRA, Roth IRA, excuse me. So the Roth IRA is thought to be a strategy for a person who believes they're going to really live a long life. So if you think that you might live to your upper 90s and you're worried, one of the beauties of the Roth IRA is that there is no required minimum distribution. You can keep that money growing and you don't have to take the money out. You can leave it invested until you get to your 90s or older. Because there is no rule that says you must begin to take distributions. So this is a real advantage that it offers. It's kind of like Plan B. You know, if I live to be over 90, where am I going to get the money from? Well, I've had this little Roth IRA where I converted some or all of my retirement funds years ago, and it's accumulated to a nice little bundle of money, and when I take it out, I'm not going to be taxed on it. So it's a strategy, something to consider. It might fit in with what you know about yourself or what you'd really like to do to hedge your bets. So systematic withdrawal is to have a plan, as I mentioned before. Some people will have a plan whereby they're going to distribute a fixed percentage every year, 4% every year, right? 4% of the balance. What's good about that? Well, it's regular amount coming out, but what if you have a bad year in your investments? 4% of less. So there's a little bit of risk there. If the balance drops, you would be taking 4% of a lesser amount. On the other hand, if the balance really spikes up, you might not need 4% of a higher amount. So. But it is one way to simply have a systematic way of taking distributions. You might also decide that you need to take a fixed dollar amount each year, or you've looked at your finances, you know how much you need to draw down from your retirement plans, and you're thinking, well, we could withdraw $25,000 in the first year of retirement. And as time goes on, we will either adjust for inflation or not, depending on whether or not our expenses have gone up due to inflation. So do we need to adjust in the first year? Maybe or maybe not. But when you do, you're adjusting for inflation. So either of those two methods, I would say, are the most common methods that are used. I will say that a lot of people have it in their head that the thing to do is to live off the interest. This is really tough to do. Really tough to do because you typically have to have a huge principal amount to kick off enough income. That's one piece of it. But what about the other piece of it? Suppose you were able to actually do this. Suppose you had $500,000 and you're going to live off the interest. The other factor that's going on that makes this technique so difficult is inflation. Because even though you're preserving the principal amount, is the principal amount, 500,000, going to buy what 500,000 used to in 20 years? No. So that's why that is a difficult thing to do. It typically takes a really large principal amount to be able to comfortably and safely do that because of those two factors that are working against you. Now, with systematic withdrawal, I think we talked a little bit about this. There is, of course, you're taking a systematic withdrawal, you're taking the same amount every year. In the example that I gave you about taking a percentage, you might be taking more than you really need in a given year if the stock market were to spike. And that could cause later anxiety. So we all know that we don't want to outlive our money. And we also know we don't want to die early. So those two things, you know, we have to find a way to reconcile those two ideas. And the other thing, of course, is that you have worked an entire career, you have accumulated a certain amount of money, and you deserve to use that money. Sometimes I talk to a person that's so full of anxiety that they don't want to take any distributions for anything. So we don't want to be there either. We don't want to be living on such a small amount either. So we have to find our way through this maze and come up with what seems right for you. And I would say to you that it's not about what your neighbor or your best friend is doing. It's really about what feels right for you. And I've learned as time has gone on that sometimes I'm faced with a decision between the best idea and what's right. And they're not always the same. You know, somebody else might come up with a great idea, the best idea you've ever heard, but you're just not comfortable with it. Okay, so just keep in mind you are the arbiter of all things here. Now, I mentioned the traps and penalties, so let's learn a little bit more about that. So what happens if you take a distribution from your 401k and you are 39 years old? Taxes plus 10%, right. That is a penalty for early withdrawal from a retirement plan. There's also a penalty for getting too old and not having taken a distribution. This is what I was referring to earlier. It's called the minimum required distribution. You will hear it as minimum required distribution or required minimum distribution, sort of interchangeably. What is it about? At the age of 70, if you're not employed, you must begin to take distributions from your retirement plans. And these are the pre-tax retirement plans. The Roth is the only exception to this rule. Why is that? Think about some well-known people that we might know who perhaps are retired. Let's take Warren Buffett. Do you think that Warren Buffett would take money out of his 401k from Berkshire Hathaway? He has so much other money. Why would he take out the money that's subject to tax? He wouldn't. You and I wouldn't either. And for that reason, there's a rule about it. The rule says that you must take an annual distribution at least to a certain amount. And by the way, you just look the amount up in a tax table. It's online. For every year of life that you have starting at age 70, and I think the table goes up to age 114 for men and 116 for women. So that's why they call it taxes, folks, because there's that and there's 117, which is death. Okay? All right, so this penalty is to make sure that the government gets their tax revenue. they have allowed you, in their mind, they have allowed you to use their money to grow your money. Yes, they have allowed the taxes to stay in the account and compound for you on your behalf. That's how they see it. And now it's time for you to take the money out so that taxation can take place. The estimate is that current retirement plans have $8 to $10 trillion in forthcoming tax revenues. So they'll be really happy when all of us baby boomers are gone. Yeah, yeah. So that's why we have this other rule that says you must take the money out each year. If you do not take the money out, there is a 50% penalty. This is 50% of the amount you should have removed and failed to do so. Is your hand up? Yes.
Yes, I did have a question. So can you defer that, like if your spouse is still working and you don't want that much income, can you defer that distribution?
At most employers, if you're still working, you can defer the distribution for that employer's plan. But that does not account for the spouse. Remember, I mentioned that all retirement plans are in the name of the person who worked. So it would not apply to the spouse, and it would also not apply to other plans that you have maybe from a prior employer. It's only for an employer that you're currently working for that you would not have to take that distribution from that 401k that you're still actively enrolled in, or 403b.
What is the minimum age that you can start taking?
The minimum age, there are two minimum ages. We usually, when these plans were first invented, they set an age at 59 and a half. But if you are taking distributions from a retirement plan sponsored by an employer, a former employer, you have retired or you have left, you can take money at 55 without a penalty. Taxes will always apply. But because it's an employer-sponsored plan, if you no longer work for the employer, you can take a distribution at 55. All right, we're going to quickly go over some investment information just to make sure everybody's up on the different types of investments that are out there and a few details as you think about this. Most of us will continue to be investors even when we retire, so in some contexts. So the first thing we're going to do is talk about the 4 asset classes. The first one is cash and cash equivalents. So what's a cash equivalent? It's something that is highly liquid, easy to turn it from the invested state to cash in your hand. Spendable. And what might that be? Well, we consider your savings or your checking account to be that, even if they are interest-bearing. We know we're not exactly cleaning up on interest in those. Money market funds, another one. You go and put your money in a money market fund. It's not like it's invested in stock. You can go on any given day and get your money. A short-term CD. Let's say the CD is 6 months to a year. We would consider that to be a cash equivalent because the turnover time is short. The investment time is short. Now, I would just say to you that in this category, a lot of these cash equivalents, they are kind of the tracks that our monetary system runs on. So you see at the bottom, Treasury bills are there as well. Treasury bills are considered to be the safest investment in the world. And I like to put that in air quotes. But in actual fact, we saw in 2008, when everything went to hell in a handbasket, people were dumping money, and by people I mean everybody, institutions, other countries, everybody was dumping money into Treasury bills, so much so that Treasury bills had a negative yield. They were not even yielding anything. But people believed that it was a panic, you know. They wanted to put their money in something that they could believe in. And so what we see about cash equivalents, and I would say that the U.S. Treasury bill is the king in the category. We put our money there because we have the expectation that it will be there when we come back. You put your money in your checking account because you're going to come back and write the bills. You don't want to hear that the checking account market fluctuated last night. No, the money needs to be there. We use it to park money. Okay, so that idea is prevalent not only in something like treasury bills, but it's also a key part of the banking system. So, you know, we probably learned in 3rd grade that when we deposit to the bank takes the money and invests it. What do they typically invest it in? Cash equivalents. Short-term, interest-bearing instruments. And the interest is minuscule, but some of these instruments have such a short maturity, they might mature overnight. Overnight paper, 3-day paper. It creates a constant flow with a tiny bit of interest. Then those are the tracks that our banking system and our monetary system run on. So it allows us to feel confident that we can go back to the checking account and just write out the checks. Okay? So that's cash equivalents. We also have fixed income or bonds. And treasury notes and bonds are one category, corporate bonds, municipal bonds. And of course, bonds can be purchased in the form of a mutual fund as well. So what is a bond? Anyone tell me? Who said? An IOU. Perfect description. A bond is an IOU. You can think of it as an investment, which is basically a loan. So how does it work? Well, let's just say that you and I have a cup of coffee when this meeting is over. And of course, you're sidling up to me because you think that I know something you don't know. I'm sidling up to you because I want to borrow $1,000. And I say to you, how about lending me $1,000? I will pay you back in 10 years. And in the meantime, I will pay you a fixed rate of interest every year. That, my friends, is a bond. A bond is an investment based on a loan where the borrower is referred to as the issuer. So here on the board, who might be the borrower? It might be the Treasury of the United States of America or the Treasury of Australia. It might also be a corporation, ExxonMobil Corporation, or it might be some little unknown startup. Or it might be the great state of North Carolina, looking to build a new highway, new stadium, whatever it might be. They are borrowing money from us. We're the public. They issue a bond to do it. They say, hey, give us $1,000, we'll pay you interest, and we'll tell you now exactly the date that we're going to pay it back. That's the maturity date. And of course, the interest rate is the yield. Okay? Why do we love bonds as retired people? Well, because somebody's promising to pay you back. That sort of suggests that your principal is going to be intact, and that's a good thing. But if you notice on the board, it says principal may fluctuate. You're talking about an investment that if you wait till maturity, the issuer has told you and promised to keep their word to you. It is an IOU. You may have heard the term back in the day, a man's word is his bond. Yes. They are giving you their word that they will pay you back, and in the interim, they will pay you interest, and they are setting a specific date for when that's going to happen. But suppose you get impatient. You don't want to wait 10 years. You looked on the front page of the paper, and there are bonds out there right now paying more than the interest rate that this borrower has promised you. You say, I want to sell my bond. I want to get some of these, these bonds paying more. If you do that, you're breaking that contract. You're basically not waiting until the maturity date when you're going to be paid back. Instead, you're going to the open market. Now, if you go into the open market with a bond that pays 6%, and in the open market they're paying 7%, is your bond going to be really attractive to buyers? No, it's not. So you're probably going to get less than the principal amount for your bond when you take it to market and you're offering less than what people can easily get. On the other hand, in today's market, 6% bond would be looked at rather favorably. So in today's market, if you have that 6% bond and you go to sell it, you're probably going to get more occasions when you decide to trade that bond prior to the maturity date, okay? When you do that, whatever the markets are offering is what you will be offered, or what you have to take. Now, of course, we all know that stocks are a share of a company. And we buy them because we're looking for a piece of the action. We're hoping that we're going to buy a certain company's stock and that the company is going to do well and that that's going to be reflected in earnings and that everybody's going to want to buy it, which drives up the stock price, and then we make money. We can sell it if we choose to. Now, stocks are often purchased in the form of a mutual fund. Mutual fund is a pool of investments. And why do we buy in a pool? Typically because it can be really expensive to create your own portfolio. You know, if IBM is selling at $100 and you want 100 shares, kaboom, there's 10,000 gone, right? So, and mostly what we want to do is be able to create a portfolio that is diversified with multiple IBMs or ExxonMobils or whomever you choose. And it can be very expensive to do that. As an alternative, people started to create mutual funds where the management of the mutual fund creates a diversified portfolio and sells us shares in that diversified portfolio. And each share that we own represents the diversification of the entire portfolio. So it's a way to have diversification without having to spend megabucks to get it. So something to keep in mind in there. When we're talking about stocks, a lot of times you're talking about a growth stock. What do we mean by that? Typically, it's a company that's going to grow faster than the big blue chip companies. So Google is a great example of a growth company. Whereas IBM, ExxonMobil, Merck, 3M, those are better examples of, well, we would say, dividend-paying companies. These are companies who may have slower growth, but they'll pay you a dividend. They call that getting paid while you wait. You're waiting for the stock to gain value, but you're getting a dividend in the interim period of time. Okay? So those are some of the attributes there. Now, lastly, we have hard assets. And hard assets are something that we all typically have in some context. Most of us will have, at some point in our life, some sort of property. It might be real estate property. It might be gold coins or gold jewelry, the commodities of some sort, collectibles. Now, I told you about Aunt Hilda. I went into Aunt Hilda's house last two weeks ago. And in her day, people collected knickknacks. Do you remember knickknacks? Like Hummels? Yes. Well, so I found this really beautiful knickknack, and I decided I was going to give this as a gift to someone. And I gave it to my friend, and she says to me, well, what do we know about this? So we look it up on Google. Well, it's worth about 13 bucks, right? Not that valuable, but of course some collectibles are actually quite valuable. One of the things to know about collectibles and other hard assets is that they tend to keep ahead of inflation. So we look to these types of assets because of that positive attribute, but in general they lack liquidity. Now, prior to eBay and other types of auction sites, and by the way, that's where I found the price of that knickknack on eBay, because that's the marketplace, right? Those types of items are not very liquid. You want to get rid of your knickknacks, you got to post them on eBay, and find somebody who for some reason wants a Hummel in the year 2015 and go ahead and get some money for it. It's not like calling a broker and saying, sell 100 shares of IBM, and they tell you you're done at 115 while you're still on the phone, right? So not quite as liquid, and that's the downside of them. There's another downside that is not on the board. I always like to mention this, that when you have hard assets as something that you own, they have hidden expense in that they typically have to be maintained and insured. So you have that old car, got to keep it somewhere, and it's got to be insured. When looking at the investment process, the first step is to really, once again, ask ourselves, what about me? Who am I when it comes to investing? And this is really where we want to start. Think about what your objectives are. And in this, the objectives is the second row there. If your objective is safety, or is it growth, moderate growth or aggressive growth, you want to place yourself on a chart like this by asking yourself certain key questions. And these key questions comprise what we would say is your investor profile. It is the place to start with yourself. It is also the place that any professional dealing with you will start. I gave you the example of my mother. Yes, my mother is still investing in stocks. And every year they ask again, what is your investor profile, because of her age? Because normally you don't have an 84-year-old buying tech stocks. But my mother can say that she has been doing this for many years. Did I just turn off? No? I think I turned off. Yeah, let's see what happened here. Yes, the battery is low. Can we try this? Okay. All right. So she can show that she has been investing in stocks for many, many years and that it can be considered appropriate. But I'm saying this to you because investment professionals, financial professionals are going to ask you these things about yourself in order that they do not do something for you that is not suitable for you. They are, as professionals, responsible not to do something that is unsuitable for you. So this is where we start. Think about the goals of each investment that you have. You might be very aggressive when it comes to one goal that you have and very conservative with another goal that you have. So, an example, I think that most people begin to get conservative with their retirement funding, but they might be aggressive to try and grow their college funds for their children. So, different ways to think of it, but do think about these things on the board. How many years before the money will be needed? In general, the fewer years to the expense, the more conservative we would be, because you do not want to be in something really aggressive and have it drop dramatically right before you need the money. So the shorter the time frame, the more conservative we would want you to be. Those are just some examples of how we look at it as financial planners. This is an example of an asset allocation, and we typically think of it as a pie chart type of affair. So you've got a portfolio. How much of it is stock? Generally, the more stock in a portfolio, the more aggressive we think you're being. And as you decrease the amount of stock and increase other types of things like bonds or cash equivalents, you're becoming more conservative. So here in the center, I would say a medium risk or a moderate risk type of portfolio tends to have
a 60-40 type of range. It might be 45-55 if you're on the older end of that, or you're a little bit more aggressive or less aggressive. But generally in that range is what we would say is a moderate investor. So growth, usually on the plus side, a little bit more in growth. And as you age, you need to reassess. Should I have 60%, 55%? Should I be coming down? We're retired now. We want to take less risk. We want to do less monitoring. Those are all reasons to reevaluate what your asset allocation would be. I'm going to tell you something because one of you is going to ask me, I'm sure. People always want to know if there's a rule of thumb. The rule of thumb is that your approximate age is what you should have in bonds. That's the rule of thumb. Now, I've already told you my bias about aging. I think that's a little too conservative because I think that most of us will, see the mid to upper 80s at the very least. So that's my opinion. Another thing that I want to talk to you about just briefly. Can someone tell me, what's diversification? Yes, exactly. We don't want to have all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to have one stock. We want to own the S&P 500, right? We want 500 stocks. Diversification, it means if one company goes under, you've still got 499 of them working for you. Okay, now here's a harder question. What is asset allocation? Here's where people get a little bit verklempt. That's a New York word. You know that word? Verklempt. It's like, ugh. That's verklempt. All right, now, so asset allocation means that what we want to have is different categories of investment. So we've been talking about the categories early: cash equivalents, bonds, stocks, hard assets. What we want to do is have a portfolio which represents both. So we want to have a portfolio where we have asset allocation in stocks, and within the category of stock, you might want to have large cap stocks, small cap stocks, some foreign stocks perhaps. All of that is asset allocation. The different types of investments are all there. Within each type, you want to have 500 or 100 different large cap stocks. So that is diversification. So you can think of it this way. If we're talking about asset allocation, we're talking about having several categories of investment types: bonds, stocks, large cap companies, small cap companies. But if we're talking about diversification, we're taking one category and seeing what's inside. So if I take one category like large cap stocks, I want to own the S&P 500 and have 500 large cap stocks. Okay? So one is within a category and one is among the categories. And we need to think about both when we're investing. Okay? All right. Now a little bit more on mutual funds, because typically we as smaller investors, we're not really Warren Buffett. I hate to tell you that. I'm sure he'd be glad to know that, but we tend to, as smaller investors, we need mutual funds in order to achieve both of these things. In order to achieve both asset allocation and be diversified, with the kind of money that most of us have, we need to find an appropriate mutual fund. And what do they do for us? They do these things. They provide us with diversification. They also provide us with asset allocation and the ability to reapportion it as we wish. You want to increase by 10% your small companies and decrease your bonds? Yes, you can do that on any given day. They also give us lower transaction costs than what it would cost us to do this for ourselves. And finally, professional management is involved as well. Now, there's two main categories of management these days. So back in the day, professional management was a big deal because there were people who were treated like they were the superstars of the mutual fund world. You might remember the name Peter Lynch. For years, I would mix him up with Andy Warhol. He was on the social page so often. He was very well known, followed by many people. They wanted to be in whatever Peter Lynch was investing in. Warren Buffett is another example. You know, people want to follow these sort of superstars because they believe that their management style is good and they want to be a part of it. On the other hand, that's called, by the way, active management. Peter Lynch, Warren Buffett, they are making active decisions about what to buy and when, what to sell and when. The other type of management is called passive management. This is when you buy an index. You buy an S&P 500 mutual fund, or you buy a mutual fund that is an index of bonds. You're buying an index. What does that tell you? Well, for one thing, on any given day, you can look on the front page of the business section and see what that index is doing. Was the S&P 500 up or down? What about the NASDAQ? Was it up or down? If you own that index, you are going to see the same type of swings as you would see in your portfolio, as you would see in the index. So it can give a person a lot of comfort, but there's nobody deciding when to buy and sell. You know, when something comes off the S&P 500, that's front page news. The portfolio usually stays the same. Nobody is actively managing. Due to research, it was discovered that only 20% of the active managers were outperforming the indexes that they themselves set as what they were trying to beat. So what does that tell you? 80% of them were not, right? Yeah. 80% of them were not meeting that goal. And so it became more popular. People started to say, well, if that's the case, we should just buy the index. And we'll own the index, and we know that over time, in a portfolio that also has asset allocation, we'll do okay. Now, that's fine except for one thing. And this is a word of warning because I think index funds are great. They're inexpensive, you know what you're getting. But the downside is you must be able to withstand the ride down because no investment is a one-way street. The S&P can go down just like it goes up. Now, we know over time it's performed very well, but some people have difficulty on the ride back down. And that's, if you're going to own an index, that's part of it. So just keep that in mind. That's just a little comment on professional management. It's a choice that you have. There are still many managers out there working that are considered to be the type of person that people want to follow. And you can do that as a strategy. You can mix it up. Yes? Yes, you do. You absolutely do. But some people think, well, Mario Gabelli, he knows what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. So yes, you do. With any investment, you must ride it back down. But all I'm saying to you is that we do pay more for an actively managed fund. And if you're in one, you want to probably have an opinion about why you're buying that fund. Sometimes there are many named funds out there that are actively managed. The one that comes to mind is the Wellington Fund. Vanguard has that fund, and there are many different named funds. These tend to be actively managed funds. If it's an index fund, it'll just say it's an S&P 500 fund. Yeah. Okay. A little bit on costs of mutual funds. In the mutual fund world, they refer to a sales commission as a load. And I'm sure you've all heard of no-load funds, right? We've heard that term. A no-load fund means that no salesperson called you. You probably saw it advertised somewhere, maybe on the back of Business Week or the back of Money Magazine. Unlikely that someone would call you to sell you a fund where they don't get paid, right? So that's the no-load fund. We typically find it in other ways, advertising or something like that. And a front-end loaded fund. Let's say that you take $10,000 and you put it in a front-end loaded fund that has a 5% load. When you get your first statement, you're going to see that the amount that was invested was $9,500. Where's the other $500? The salesperson and the firm that that salesperson works for was paid that amount of money. On the other hand, you have a back-end loaded fund. Now, a back-end loaded fund, you take the $10,000 and you give it to the professional, and the professional invested for you. You get the first statement, $10,000 went to work in that investment. But if you need to take money out, they're going to charge you 5% in the first year on anything you remove from the investment. 4% in the second year, 3% in the third year, on down to 0. Okay, so that's how that works. Sometimes you'll hear that referred to as a descending surrender charge. So, management fees are present in all types of mutual funds. Every type of mutual fund must have computer equipment, phones, etc. That's what the management fees are about. 12B1 fees. These are funds that are used for marketing purposes. So I mentioned that no-load funds aren't paying a salesperson. They've still got to reach you. They've got to advertise, they've got to use marketing tools, and so the 12B1 fees often will cover those expenses for the company. All right, let's talk a little bit about finding a financial advisor, because I know from talking to you guys during the break that this is on your mind. So, some things to keep in mind. The big question that comes up frequently is, how do they get paid? You know, I just have to tell you that as part of your due diligence, if you're meeting with a professional, you have to ask that question, because there are many different ways that they might be getting paid. Commission is one of them. So a commission typically is a payment to the salesperson connected to the transaction. You signed on the dotted line, they invest for you, they get a cut, and that's how they live. Fees plus commission. Oftentimes you will see both. So a lower fee, you might think of it almost like a base salary and a bonus. It's like a lower amount for an annual fee, and also a commission when there's a transaction. And then some planners or other types of professionals, and we do include CPAs and attorneys, because there's a lot of flexibility in this whole world of financial planners. Some CPAs do financial planning, and some attorneys do also, especially when it comes to estate planning. So fee only is typical there in those types of professions, and some financial planners also take a fee only. So this type of person is not going to make money when they recommend a transaction to you. They may do a recommendation to you and then give it to you to execute it wherever you wish, with whatever firm you wish to execute it with. Consider a few things when we talk about advisors. How are they compensated? We've talked about this. How do I ask somebody how are they compensated? You listen to everything they've got to tell you. You're thinking to yourself, I'm going to do business with this person. I like this person. That's the time to say, you know what, Joe, you have said, we talked about so much, I really appreciate it. But the thing that I don't get yet is, how do you get paid? How does it work, Joe? Tell me. And then smile. Smile means you're not talking. Let them talk to you. Let them explain to you. They're probably going to tell you that it depends on what you invest in. but let them do it. And then if you have any questions, what if later we do this? Or I don't understand this piece, then you ask your question. But do allow them to just talk. Don't feel nervous, don't feel like you have to jump in, you don't. Get the full picture with what they're saying, and then ask your questions. How long they're in business, credentials and background, this is something that people typically will tell you up front, especially how long they've been in the business, because this is a tough business. If you are in the financial services industry and getting paid straight commission, not too many people survive it. So they're proud of the fact they've been doing it for 10 years or 7 years and so on. So they typically will tell you that up front. If they don't, feel free to ask. Do ask for references before you do business and make sure that you call those references. Ask open-ended questions, questions that force the person to tell you how it was done. How is the key word. When you first retired, how did they set you up? Questions where the person has to tell you a story to answer it. You don't want to say, so what do you think of Jean? Oh, Jean, she's the greatest lady I ever met. Funny? Oh my gosh. We just played golf the other day. She's a stitch. How does that help you? Not at all, not at all. So make sure that you're getting the type of answers that you really want. Yes?
Are there different levels of commitment that they have to work in your best interest? Is there some kind of distinction?
So his question is, are there different levels of commitment? I would just say this to you. It depends on who you're working with and what type of part of the industry that they work in, because let's say a banker is regulated by different organizations than an insurance person, than an investment professional. But in general, they are supposed to be working for you. It is a good question, though, isn't it? Like, if I get a call from somebody who's really pushing me to move money, and it's 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon towards the end of the month, I think, this person just wants to get the commission in before the month ends. That's what I think. So they're supposed to all be working for you. The reality is, just like most businesses, they will say to you that they get 80% of their business from 20% of their clients. The reality is, it can be difficult for a person who's not filthy rich to get great attention. So you have to do something else to find the right person. You may just simply be looking, and I like to say you're looking for a person of integrity, is really what you're looking for. A person of integrity is not going to make those distinctions that are about them instead of being about you. So they should all be working on your behalf. You have to play an active role as well, give them the information they need to work with and so on. But that's the only answer I can really give you definitively, is look for that person that is capable of putting your needs above their own. That's what I call integrity. Yes?
On the slide before, you had said about, or it said looking for a specialty that they may have.
Yes.
We've been having that conversation at our house because I have the 85-year-old mother that I'm working with her finances as well. And so there's a lot of direction of the elder care. or
Yes, elder care,
financial
yes.
advisor, And we haven't found that it's really it's better than what we're finding. So do specialties really seem to make a difference?
Well, there's many different types of specialties. One of them is what you're talking about. Elder care, I think, can be very helpful because there are so many issues that most people simply don't have about when a person is elderly. And I also am in the same circumstance, and it happens to be my area of interest, is elder care and elder law. So I would say to you that there are companies out there. They are harder to find because it's not like there's a whole slew of them. There's nowhere near as many of those as there are retail financial services companies. But they are out there, and I would just try the best to find them. There are also organizations that deal with assistance to elders, so they will write the bills. You know, if you're not in the same city with your elderly parent or relative, they can be hired to take care of some of those necessities of life, even grocery shopping, things of that nature. So they are out there, and I do believe that they are increasing due to the baby boom population, yes.
While you're talking about the elderly, can you say anything about long-term care?
Well, long-term care is, of course, insurance for nursing home expenses. And it's rather expensive insurance if you're not still in your 20s. And if you're still in your 20s, you're going to pay it for a long time. So it is expensive coverage. And sometimes it's appropriate. In fact, many times it's appropriate, but it tends to be a hard decision to make. It's a hard decision to make for a couple of reasons. One, people know, well, I might put all this money into insurance and then I just pass away in my sleep or die suddenly. And who has the money? The insurance company has the money. And another person might say, well, I'm going to set the money aside in savings, or I'm going to increase the savings in my 401k or my 403b, hoping that the excess will help if one of us or both of us needs this type of coverage, you know. So that's self-insuring effectively. And if you have the sudden death, your heirs would still have access to the money, not the insurance company. I think it's a really tough decision to make, and I think that typically personal circumstances play a bigger role in making that decision. So I personally bought long-term care insurance, just enough to take care of me in the home. I didn't go full bore. I'm not interested in that. But, you know, so I think that you can use it as an enhancement to what else you might do. But buying it for every possible event is very expensive.
Just as an FYI, my mother passed away last year, and $7,000 a month
Yeah.
for a place in this area.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, who's got $7,000 a month?
Well, yeah.
The rules associated with elder care, or the long-term care insurance and being able to use it that was like daunting in itself.
That's the other thing, yes.
Not just hiring the sitter who can come in and watch you, it's everything.
Yes. Like anything else, insurance is always going to be based on a contract. And we're hoping that we're going to run up against whatever is mentioned in the contract, but that may not be the case. So there are certain risks inherent in it, but it can be a solution or a partial solution sometimes. All right, now, if you need advice, the thing that I would do and the thing that I've done in the past, for example, you're interested in elder care. One of the ways you can simply start is just to Google it. See what's out there. See, a lot of these organizations are holding seminars as their way of making people more aware of what they do and marketing themselves. And you can typically go there and, you know, eat the wine, eat the cheese and have the wine and learn a little something. With financial planners, there's a Financial Planners Association. The American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, that's AICPA, so they are like the Bar Association for attorneys. They know if the person that you're looking at or interviewing has a good record or if there's any complaints on their record and so on. And the CFP, that's Certified Financial Planner Board of Standards, these are places where you can call, ask to have 2 or 3 names in your area and go through the process of interviewing people for that purpose. We're just going to do a little bit on estate planning. These are the myths. It's only for rich people, right? Worse, it's only for old people. We're not old. Okay, so there are a lot of myths about it. What I want to just say to you is that none of these myths is a replacement for you having an estate plan, and for you knowing that that estate plan is relatively current. So by relatively current, I mean it's not older than 5 or 6 years since you had it done. Because in the last 5 or 6 years, a lot of changes have taken place. Why do we want it? Because if anything happens to us, we want to feel that our survivors will be taken care of. We also tend in life to communicate imperfectly. We just do. And so this would allow the perfect distribution of your assets, the things that you own, something that you thought about enough to put in writing. It's not going to be a fight between siblings over who gets what, because you promised both of them that they could have that Chippendale hutch, okay? So it brings a certain degree of precision to this process. It certainly can help with taxation if you have stated ahead of time who gets what, and sometimes you can avoid probate depending on what steps you take, like setting up trusts and so on. You can also leave medical directives, directives for how you would like to be buried, you know, funeral types of directives. The proxies for health as well as finance can be stated in these, and this is really important. Unfortunately, people don't think it's important until after they get there and it's not in place. So do make sure, this is like your basic thing to get in order. Get these things in order, including your estate plan. I think I touched the wrong button here. All right, some documents to know about. The will, of course, indicates who is going to get what, who is the executor is going to be mentioned in the will. If there is a trust that's established, the will will say, hey, there's a trust that was established. Durable power of attorney is you allowing another person to manage your finances if you are incapacitated. So who, if you were in a hospital, can't speak, can't do for yourself, who is paying your mortgage, who's watching your assets in your retirement plans and your investments, that would be your durable power of attorney. The living will is you stating unequivocally what types of procedures you would agree to have done or not want to have done. And then the healthcare proxy is a person that you choose that the doctors can confer with that person should it not be in the living will or it's not clear in the living will. Okay? So those are the main documents. Now, these days, the size of the estate is less important than it's ever been because on the federal level, a married couple can have an estate in excess of $10 million before federal taxation takes place. On the state level, you need to find out and make sure that the person that you're dealing with as an estate planner understands the way that taxation is done on estates in your particular state. But most of us are not fortunate enough that we're going to exceed that federal limit. If you are, there are strategies to help you, so don't let that hold you back. Definitely there are strategies that can help you. Now finally, the final thing that we really want to talk about here. Oh, sorry, I went too far. Oops. So the last thing that we want to really talk about is a checklist for retirement. Think about some of the things that we've talked about. Lifestyle questions probably should be the first thing that you ask yourself. Second, how does that inform what our financial goals need to be? If we figure out the lifestyle, from that we should be able to figure out what the finance goals should be. Then you're going to figure out the expenses versus the income. Does it match up? Are we falling short? If we're falling short, what are we going to do? There are things you could do right now. You could change your investment profile, for example, become a little more aggressive, perhaps. But make sure that you are aware of what's going on. Now, finally, look at insurance coverages you have and whether or not they are adequate to your needs. Insurance isn't everything, you know. Sometimes we lean on insurance because we understand it. But in actual fact, by the time you reach retirement, you probably have accumulated other assets, equity in your home, assets in your retirement plans. You may not need any type of insurance. So just do what seems to be the right thing for you. Everybody's going to be different. Every retirement is a custom job. So it's nice to talk to friends about it, and you can learn by talking to friends about it. But bottom line, it takes some soul searching as well to really come up with what's right. And along those lines, decide about the legacy. Who are you leaving behind that you'd really like to take care of them or ease life a little bit or just say thank you to them, okay? All right, so I'm ready to go. I can't imagine that you're not tired of listening to me. So are we taking a break? I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to roll into Duke benefits next. I'll move out of the way.
We'll talk a little bit more in a second. So, but anyway, that's the exciting thing about Duke benefits. People think the rule of 75 is amazing. We'll talk about life insurance and educational benefits, and one of our other top topics here is retiree health and dental insurance. And then finally, how are you going to pay for everything? Your Duke retirement plans, the cash part that you're getting from us as an employer and all your hard work. So, oops, where's my rule of 75? Hold on, I'm cheating a little. Okay, all right. Ooh, I don't have a rule of 75 slide, but we'll walk through it in a second. Sure, yes. You might have noticed I've been knocked in the head yesterday, so I've got this great little bruise on me, so I apologize for that. It might lead to an interesting discussion on our benefits. So the rule of 75, and we're going to go into some greater detail in a couple of slides, but it really is two benefits here at Duke. It's your eligibility for retiree health and dental insurance. And the second thing is for those of you that are blessed with children that are going to be going to college and you've still got them in your home, you possibly could continue the Duke Children's Tuition Grant benefit under the Rule of 75 eligibility provision. So two things, retiree health and dental, and then potential eligibility for the Duke Children's Tuition Grant benefit. So it gets a lot of play in the Duke folklore, but that's all it impacts, and we'll go into some detail about what that means for you. So life insurance here at Duke, right now you have a company-provided $10,000 basic life insurance policy. When you retire, that goes away unless you want to convert that into a whole life policy, and you contact the insurance company directly, who's Metropolitan Life. The rates are going to be based on the age at which you retire, and basically you'll talk to an individual insurance rep about what that looks like. Going a little bit deeper into the life insurance space, we have supplemental term life insurance. If you've been in this plan for at least 2 years, you can continue this under our group rate, but it does switch to a retiree rate. So it does increase from what you're paying right now as an active employee. You could continue this coverage up until your 95th birthday. This is a term life insurance policy. The concept is, with a term policy, you're paying a relatively modest premium every month, but when you stop paying that premium, the policy stops. It builds no cash value over time. I talk to a lot of people contemplating retirement, and this is one thing that you really want to consider is, do you need life insurance in retirement? Most of you all probably got this early on in your career where you had young kids and you had lots of responsibilities, kids, mortgage, all that stuff, and you kind of put it on autopilot and never thought about it again. Well, as you go through this planning process, I want you to think about it again. Generally, it's not advisable for somebody to continue this for any great length of time in retirement because it's age banded and the rates get quite expensive. When we're insuring a 90-year-old person who might not live very long, the rates are quite expensive. So take a look at that. But Lynn mentioned before something about estate planning before. So before you make a determination that you want to reduce this or potentially cancel this policy, I want you to know about a little perk we have. So if you have the supplemental term life insurance, you can get a will prepared for free for you and your spouse or partner. And you just go onto our website and there's information about doing that. So you can get a will prepared, power of attorney, healthcare stuff, all this stuff. So depending on how much leather and marble and wood floors and things your attorney has, that could be $600 to $800 per person. So this is a great benefit. If you have this policy and you need your will updated, I'd encourage you to look at contacting them, and they'll give you a network of attorneys to choose from to get that done. The other type of life insurance we have is called a universal life policy or whole life policy. This one you pay a bit more in premium, however, you've got this advantage of when you stop paying the premium, there could be a cash surrender value associated with that. So you might get some money out of the plan if you were to stop paying the premium, or there might be a built-up value when you stop paying the premium for a life insurance benefit. So that can be attractive in some situations. So if you have one of those policies, you want to contact who's the issuing company with that. It's going to be the Holroyd Agency or North Carolina Mutual. If you have been here forever and a day, you don't have to raise your hand. But we have this old school, pardon the pun, $2,500 life insurance benefit that is payable to your spouse or an estate if you were hired prior to 1974 and you retire at 65 or older. We actually issue you a certificate. It's on parchment paper, and it's signed by President Broadhead and Dr. Trask. So it's a really interesting paper for you to share during cocktail parties. So anyway, if you have that, we're going to tell you about that when you retire. But it's not gonna, it might throw a really nice party, and I don't know if it'll bury you for $2,500, but people could have a lot of scotch and cigars to celebrate your passing. I have a dry sense of humor. And again, I have a head wound, so it might be related to that. So I'm glad I know there's clinicians in here, so if I collapse, I'm in the right place. So educational benefits here at Duke. Children's tuition grant benefit. If you're fortunate enough to have a youngster still in the house and you're thinking about retirement, here's the hazard pay for you, right? If you qualified for the children's tuition grant benefit right now and you meet this rule of 75, which is your age plus your most recent continuous service date, those two numbers added together are 75 or greater, you can keep this benefit as a retiree. And then there's an or statement, and that's let's say you don't make the rule of 75, but you are retiring after 65 with a college child, you definitely deserve all the help you can get. So you can keep the benefit in that situation too. Yes, so I might table that and talk to you a little bit privately, but generally it's going to be someone with a university and medical center, and there is some grandfathering provision, but I'd love to talk to you in private about it, but we're happy to discuss that. So it depends, but if you're a university medical center, it's kind of a slam dunk. If you're in the health system space, there's a few caveats to that. You might be eligible for it, and we can talk about that privately. Retiree health and dental insurance. So this is where a lot of the planning process comes in. You must be actively employed at Duke and participating in the health or dental plan at the time of retirement. So this is important from a planning process. Dependents must be enrolled at the time of retirement, and you've got to meet the eligibility requirements for your operating entity. Essentially, we have two operating entities at Duke, Duke University / Medical Center, and then the other part is Duke University Health System. People that are supporting patient care or delivering patient care are usually in that health system space. If you have a question where you are, we can address that, and your personalized Rule of 75 letter actually tells you where you currently are, which space you're in. But as you're going through the planning process, it's important that you kind of pre-plan this a little bit. So if you are covering a spouse or a partner or kids and you want to continue to do that for retirement, we have people that might bring their spouse on the plan, the open enrollment before they retire. So you want to do a little forethought and planning to make sure that you're not leaving any benefit rock unturned, so to speak. So you really want to engage us earlier in the process. For example, if you're not covering your spouse under your health and or dental insurance right now, because that might be something that you want to put them on the open enrollment before you retire so that they can maintain the benefit under your retiree status with Duke. So that's going to be an important consideration for you. And as you get through that process, you can, make some time to see us before you make this big leap into retirement. So let's dive a little bit into the eligibility requirements for this retiree health and dental. If you are a university and medical center employee, and this is in the letter that you received, you come under the Rule of 75 provision. Again, age plus your most recent service date, those two things added together, 75 or greater, you're eligible to continue the policy into retirement. There's a little disclaimer here. If you transferred from the health system to this university or medical center environment after July 1, then you need to talk to us a little bit more. But we've actually delineated in your personalized Rule of 75 letter what this looks and feels like for you. So what I'm talking about now is going to be somewhat high level, but you've got a specialized letter in front of you to help you with that. So eligibility for health system employees, basically employees hired prior to July 1st of 2002, they're grandfathered under that Rule of 75 provision. Employees hired on or after July 1st, 2002, in order to keep their coverage as a retiree, they must have 15 years of service after the age of 45. How much are we, so the first question we're answering is, am I eligible? The second question we have to answer is, how much is this going to cost me? So the first hurdle, am I eligible? And this is addressed in your letters. The second question, how much is it going to cost me? And this is going to vary based on the date you became eligible for retiree health insurance. And there's all these different rules and regulations. Again, it's in your personalized letter. So if you have a question about that, let us know. I'll let you open those up later where it's a little quieter. And someone's got a candy bar in there, or is it a golden ticket? We've got lots of fun things in there. So it may be anywhere from Duke not contributing anything, which would be paying the full premium for coverage, to Duke contributing 60, 70, or 80%. And all of this is driven on the entity that you are at and essentially how long you've been working at Duke. So it's not going to get any better. I get asked a lot, if I work at Duke another 10 years, is it going to make a difference in this space? And it will not. You kind of lock into where your contribution is going to be. So if you're covering dependents, so that's going to be a spouse or partner or kiddo, we cover 50% of the cost associated with that. So I don't want you to rush the stage, but I have a handout that's available at the benefits table after you leave, and it actually breaks down what these percentages mean. So it gives you some real numbers. So a good thing to do would be to look at your letter, and it gives you what percentage category you fall into, and then pick up one of these little handouts, and it'll give you some real numbers so you can do some preliminary planning on what does this really mean in my personal situation. So the dental insurance, basically right now for dental insurance, we don't subsidize the premium. We've got a group rate that we have, and continuing in retirement, we don't subsidize that either. So you're basically getting the advantage, hopefully, of a group rate where we've got 15,000, 16,000 people enrolled under our dental plan here at Duke. So you're getting an advantage of having a lot of people in the pool, and hopefully that helps you out from a general rate perspective. But we don't subsidize that now as an active employee, and we don't subsidize that as a retiree. So let's say you fall into the situation where you might not be eligible for retiree health insurance. Well, there's an option with COBRA. So you could continue your current plan at 100% premium rate plus a 2% administrative charge under COBRA, and that would be available for you up to 18 months. And then the other option that we have more recently is you could look under the healthcare exchange, or what's commonly referred to as Obamacare, and you could look to see what offerings are in that space. Generally speaking, if you're under our most popular health plan, Duke Select, more than likely it's going to be advantageous for you to stay in that space versus going on to a healthcare exchange plan. All of the healthcare exchange plans are age banded, and it's basically 3 age bands. And more than likely you all, if you're getting closer to retirement, are going to be in an upper age band. But you want to take a look at all your options and see what means the most for you and your family. So health insurance for retirees. So if you don't qualify, you can do COBRA or the exchange. If you do qualify, here's a little bit more about that. So if anybody on your plan is Medicare eligible, so generally that's going to be they're 65 or older, then this is how it works under the Duke plan. If anybody's 65 or older under your contract, then Medicare Part A and Part B as in boy are going to be your primary insurance. And then Duke Plus is going to be a plan that coordinates after that. And that's a specific plan that we have for people that are enrolled in Medicare. So let's say, let's say you are under 65 and retiring, kudos to you. You can still continue to have the 4 options that you have right now: Duke Select, Duke Basic, Blue Care, and Duke Options. Let's talk a little bit more about all this Medicare A, B, and all this alphabet soup here. So Medicare Part A is what covers hospital expenses, and it's provided at no cost. I say that tongue-in-cheek. You've paid into it for the 35 years you've worked here. So through your local government, federal government. Part B as in boy is going to help cover physician services, outpatient care, things like that. Part D as in dog is prescription drug coverage. So if you are eligible for retiree health insurance, which is called Duke Plus in our land, we love to say Duke and everything's blue, you have a prescription drug program that encompasses a Part D plan. So you don't need to enroll in an outside Part D plan. So you've got prescription drugs with a Duke Plus plan as a retiree. So premiums are a factor for Part B and Part D. So Part B, you're going to need to pick up if you're retired from Duke. If you are still working and you're 65 and older and you're still working for Duke, you don't need to pick up Medicare yet. You can do that at the time that you retire. The trigger point for you is when you retire. At that point, you need to pick up Medicare. But as long as you're still actively working at Duke, You've got your active benefits here. You don't need to do anything until you retire. So let's fast forward and say, I'm over 65, I'm retiring from Duke. You're going to need to pay a Medicare Part B premium. For most of us, it's going to be $104.90 per month right now. And that's looking at a single person with income under $85,000. If you're a couple, then if you're under $170,000 in annual reportable income, then you're going to be in that category too. And again, Part D, you wouldn't have to pay a premium for in that space. It's included with our Duke Plus plan, so you don't need to worry about it. We do have a small group of people, let's say that 85K or that 170K doesn't apply to you, that you make more than that. You might be subject to some additional premium charge, and this isn't me, it's the federal government, but they take a look at your modified adjusted gross income from the last 2 years to determine what your Medicare rate is. So if we have a higher income person or a higher income couple in the room that go over that 85 and 170K max ceiling things, you want to make sure that's on your radar because it's going to cost you a little bit more for Medicare. The good news is it's a 2-year look back, so at some point you're probably going to get into kind of the base Medicare rate of that $104.90, but we want you to be aware that you might pay more if you're a higher income person. Provider networks for Duke Plus, so this is our Medicare plan. If you're Medicare eligible, you can visit any doctor that you want. Basically, people that are considered in network or anybody that accepts traditional Medicare. So you're going to be hard-pressed anywhere in the United States to find many doctors that don't accept traditional Medicare. I live in Raleigh. There's probably 4 or 5 practices that don't, but we're a large metropolitan area. So considering what's out there, it's very, very limited in people that do not accept traditional Medicare. So this plan gives you a lot of flexibility in the providers that you see. You could even see somebody that's lighter blue at Carolina, but don't tell anybody about that. So let's say I'm fortunate enough to be 66 and my wife is 25. So she's not on Medicare. So there's an option for her. There's a nationwide network through United Healthcare called UHC Choice Plus, and it's online. So there's a nationwide network because in this example, she is not eligible for Medicare. She could choose from a provider in that network to go to, and it's got an in-network and out-of-network benefit. For those of you that plan to travel the world when you retire, then if you use this plan out of the United States, it's going to be considered an out-of-network benefit. Essentially, it's got a $500 deductible, and then the plan pays 70% after that. But that's how that works. So lots of flexibility in this Duke Plus Medicare plan. Not to beat this up too much, but it looks and feels like Duke Select. So it's going to be $20 for primary care, $45 for a specialist. It could be less depending on what Medicare pays. So at the end of the day, you're either going to pay what Medicare says you owe or the co-payment amount, whichever one is the smaller amount. Inpatient admission here at Duke, one of our facilities, is $450. If you go out of network outside the Duke network, it's going to be a $550 co-payment. Skilled nursing is $250 co-payment per admission. So this is very much modeled like our most popular health plan, which is Duke Select. Pharmacy, again, we cover prescription drugs under this Duke Plus plan. It's a good way for you to save some money. If you use the mail order program, you can get some preferential pricing treatment there. Maintaining your retiree health insurance. If you don't pay your bills, we're going to cancel you, but we give you lots of notice before we get to that point. But there's no need to worry if you're on our pension plan, the employee's retirement plan, which I'm going to talk about in more detail for biweekly paid employees. We take it right out of your pension check. You know, we're good at getting money from you. Part B premiums are going to be deducted from your Social Security benefit. In the off chance that you're not getting Social Security right away, then they would bill you on a quarterly basis to pay your Medicare Part B premium. One thing, I gotta put out my admonishing finger here. You cannot re-enroll in retiree health or dental insurance if you cancel coverage. So essentially, if you break up with us, it's over. So there's one exception. We're a little bit understanding. So let's say you go to your second career and you go to work for wherever, and you get benefits because you're employed with a new company. You can suspend your retiree health insurance at Duke, go with a new company's plan, and then once you've decided to really retire, then you can come back onto our plan and unsuspend your retiree plan with us. We just need to know about that within 30 days of you losing that new employer's coverage. So all is not lost. If you want to have a second career, you can do that and suspend your retiree health insurance with us. But if you break up for any other reason, it's bad. So retiree health, surviving spouse and partner. So if you got a surviving spouse or registered partner with us, I think it's only fair if they remarry, we drop them like a hot potato. They should be heartbroken after you've passed away. They should be never look at anybody again. Just, yeah. So this is a nice thing in your planning process as sort of a future planning thing in terms of making a decision on whether you want to keep your spouse or partner on your health insurance as a retiree. So if you pass away before them, then they can keep the plan. Other benefits here, we've got things that you have right now potentially that you can continue as a retiree. Facilities at Duke, we've got a retiree association called Dura, and then there's some learning things that we've gotten some awards nationally on with Duke about kind of senior learning and things like that. And then on the Duke Library front, you've got access to paper resources. The access to some electronic things is a little bit more challenging. You need to have a net ID to be able to maintain access to electronic resources. So if that's of interest to you, you'd want to talk to your department locally. They might be able to sponsor you as what's termed as an affiliate of Duke, and then that would enable you to continue to maintain a net ID. So if you're interested in the electronic piece of the Duke Libraries, you'd want to follow up with your department to get more information about that affiliate status.
Can I ask one question about?
Sure.
You were talking about the, I guess, the copays.
Mm-hmm.
That's for the Duke plan, Medicare doesn't have copay, but if you have the Duke plan, you pay the copay.
Right, so you'd pay a copayment potentially. Medicare generally pays 80% of a charge. So I've got to use simple math. So let's say we had a specialist that charges $100 for their visit. Won't happen. But and Medicare would pay 80% or $80, leaving a bill of $20. That $20 bill you would pay, because it's the smaller amount of $20 versus a $45 specialist copayment. I can use a more favorable example, but I need simple math. So that's how it's gonna work. You're gonna pay the copayment or what Medicare says you pay, whichever one is the smaller amount.
There's no change in premium before or after Medicare participation?
In my handy dandy list, there is a relatively small, good question. So is there a change in my Duke retiree health insurance premium when I'm on Medicare? And it's a little bit. But I have to tell you the real truth is it's not gonna be exactly what your Medicare premium is going to be. So the ugly truth about health insurance, as you get older, you're gonna pay a little bit more. So you want to calculate that into your financial planning process. So it is a bit discounted, but it's not going to be a total discount compared to what your Medicare Part B premium is going to be. Good question.
If you have, if your spouse is, okay, the Duke employee is working and the spouse is covered by the medical and dental.
Mm-hmm.
If the spouse retires before the Duke employee, and they're eligible to be covered by the, continue the coverage once they're 65. So
Mhm.
Medicare eligible, and then they have a supplemental plan.
Mm-hmm.
So does Duke still pay a portion of that premium,
Per-
even though the employee is still working and the spouse is retired?
And the spouse is under the active employee, Duke employees plan. Okay, so let's we'll talk about some more details maybe privately so we can get people fed, which I'm totally food motivated. So, so here's our scenario. We've got an employee that's working and their spouse is over 65. They're retired from their company. That spouse, because they're connected on the plan for our active employee at Duke, they do not need to enroll in Medicare. They need to enroll in Medicare at the time that our active employee retires. So, for example, if you have Duke Select and your spouse is 67, you can keep him under Duke Select and not pick up Medicare while you're still working. When you decide to retire, at that point, that's when we're going to move. We're going to have him go to Medicare. Duke Plus is going to be secondary for him, and Medicare will be primary. So basically, anybody under the policy that is Medicare eligible, it's keyed in on who's employed by us. If the person's still actively working, you do not need to enroll in Medicare at this time. All righty. So I'm going to do a slight break, which is going to feel a little bit awkward. So this is the point where I would love for you, first of all, at your convenience, if not before you leave, we would love to know your feedback, and you've got some evaluation forms to fill out here. We've kind of gone over all of the benefits that are going to apply to exempt monthly paid employees. So this is the time where if you're a monthly exempt employee, you've never been working as an hourly paid employee, we're going to let you leave us, and we've got benefits people on the outside corridor if you've got more specific questions you want to ask. And so I'm going to give you a minute to do that. For those of you that are biweekly paid employees, I'd love for you to stay because we're going to talk more about our pension plan that we have here at Duke that only applies to biweekly employees. So let me give you a minute to kind of do your little movement around. And again, thank you for participating in this process. We love your evaluation. I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to do this sort of changing of the guard, and then we'll move on into the biweekly retirement plan. All right, folks, you guys are the die-hard benefits people. I love it. So we're going to get rolling, and I promise this will be relatively painless. So thanks for staying. This portion of the presentation speaks to if you are a biweekly paid employee and the defined benefit pension plan called the Employees Retirement Plan that's offered to you. We don't pay anything for it. Duke is paying the entire cost of the plan. It's based on a defined formula, and we'll talk about some details about that in a second. You're guaranteed a benefit from the plan after you've been working here for 5 years. In your annual benefit statement that you would have received in the last month or so, it provides you a projection of what this particular pension benefit is going to look for you at age 65. And there's also an online tool that you can go in if you wanted to retire before 65 or even after and get some better estimates for what that means for you. So little definitions here. When we talk about continuous service under that plan, we're looking at you working 1,000 hours or more during our budget year from July 1 to June 30th. Credited service is basically the years of service that you have after becoming a plan member. And under this plan, you become a plan member after you've worked for 1,000 hours during that July 1 to June 30th benefit period. Eligibility, you guys all look like you're barely over 21, so you've got to be 21 years of age and have worked at least 1,000 hours again. The benefit is determined by a formula. The nice thing about this, it does not matter what the stock market is doing. Our benefit's going to be the same even if the stock market has tanked. So this is kind of part of your more conservative part of your retirement portfolio. You can kind of put this in the bucket of Social Security in that space, where Lynn probably discussed this a bit. Some of these things like Social Security or a defined benefit pension plan are good sources as resources for your basic living expenses, mortgage, rent, water bill, things like that. So those can be a good steady part of your retirement portfolio. We look at your average final years of earnings with us. We basically take a look at the last 10 years that you've worked for us. We take the highest 5 consecutive years to calculate what this benefit's going to be. Probably 90% of the time, it's going to be the last 5 years you've worked for us. But sometimes people will kind of scale back their hours and ease their way into retirement. We can talk you through that, where there might be a point in time where you don't want to do that forever because it could impact your pension benefit based on our look-back period. Your years of credited service here at Duke, how old you are when you retire, and then what retirement option that you select. And we'll talk about that in more detail about what options are available. So the formula is 1.25% of your average final compensation times your credited years of service. We give you what I affectionately call hazard pay if you decide to work for us for more than 20 years. And if you have more than 20 years with us, that time that you've worked for over 20 years, you get 1.66%, so we give you a little extra bump in that case. Additional credited service, too, will be added to your plan based on if you've got an unused sick time balance, or if you're in the health system space, that carryover bank balance. So that will give you a little extra bump in your retirement benefit if you have not used those particular banks of time. We take that hour count, divide it by the number of hours in a year, which is 2,080, and it can give you a little bit of a little boost in your benefit. When can you start receiving this benefit? So by Duke standards under our plan, we consider a normal retirement age under our plan at 65. That's where your benefit is not reduced. It says full benefit. This does not mean you're getting 100% of your salary. It means we're not reducing it because you're under the age of 65. Early retirement under Duke, you have to be at least age 45 or older and have 15 years of credited service with us. And then it's going to be reduced if you take that at age 45, because we're looking at you statistically. Ooh, please come back. Oh, I can't see. You guys can see it. I can't see it on my screen. What's going on here? You got to watch out for Lynn. I think was she searching the internet before? Wow, okay, hold on. Again, anything I do that's inappropriate can be blamed on my head injury. So, Okay. Okay, so Bill's word of advice, I wouldn't retire at 45 unless you've won, money. So basically, your retirement benefit is going to be reduced if you retire really early because we're looking from a statistical perspective how long we think you're going to live. And statistically, we're thinking we're all going to live until our late 70s. So if you started receiving a benefit at 45, we have a lot of money to pay out to get you up until your late 70s. So the benefit definitely gets richer if you can delay your retirement to a more reasonable age of your 60s. So again, 45 and 15 were the earliest that you could start to receive a benefit if you so desired. And then a deferred retirement is our language for if you're taking your retirement after the age of 65. So you're still working after the age of 65. We give you an additional 10% of credit if you are working past the age of 65 for all of those years. So again, if you keep pushing through, showing up every day, providing great service to our patients and customers, we give you some extra incentive there. What are your payment options in this space? So a couple of different options you can choose from. You could choose a single life annuity, which pays you a monthly benefit for your lifetime. In the event of your death, it would stop making a payment. Joint and survivor, if you want to leave a benefit to your spouse or a partner or even a child potentially, you could have a couple of things that you can choose from in terms of how you break that down. So we have a web tool out there that will break down all of these options for you so you have all the numbers to look at. Level income option, this concept is front-loading a benefit. So basically, let's say I am fortunate enough to retire at 55 that this is the right choice for you. It can be depending on your situation, but you really want to think about it, plan your budget, come talk to either one of our financial planning people or even people in benefits can sort of brainstorm some things with you. Why we can't give you some hard and fast recommendations, we can give you some things to think about, and that would be an option for people. And then this probably doesn't apply to most people in the room, but if you have less than $10,000 of benefit in the plan, basically, let's say you're a biweekly employee and you did that when you were 21 and worked until 23 or something, and it was just not a lot of money, you might have an option to take a lump sum benefit out of the plan. It's unlikely given people's years of service, but it can happen if you started biweekly early on in your career. So Uncle Sam needs his money. Anything associated with this plan is going to be considered taxable income. So I'm going to expedite this a bit, but basically this gives you a visual of somebody at 65, a normal retirement benefit. You're looking at a monthly payment of $1,253 for somebody who's worked here for 30 years, has an income of $36,000. We're trying to get to a replacement ratio that is at least 75%, but it could be more depending on what your income needs would be. So this gives you a graphical representation of what would our pension plan look like in combination with Social Security, coupled with any retirement savings that you've done, hopefully a minimal of 3% on your own. This benefit is going to reduce if you take it earlier. So 65, it's $1,253 in this scenario. If you take it at 62, it goes down to $1,140. What is up with my presentation? It's operator error, isn't it?
It is a slideshow.
Do I keep hitting the wrong button? Is that it? I'm at 39 at 39, wow. Not expected at the moment, but, so, the financial piece, you need to do the big old budget word, right? You need to figure out what you need to live off in retirement. You need to figure out those big life events. Is my mortgage gonna be paid off? Are the kids gonna be still living with me? You know, the failure to launch child. I mean, you need to do that. And it's been hard lately for children in the workforce right now. It has been hard to come out in this type of economy and get really good gainful employment. So you need to look at your factors and family situation, kind of project out what that looks like now and in the future, and really be honest about what your budgetary needs are gonna be. So this is not the fun part. I encourage you to have that discussion with your spouse or partner over an alcoholic adult beverage and really kind of map these things out. And it's important. It will be a hard discussion, but it will really help you feel more confident about where you're going in the short term and long term in your financial planning process. So we've covered lots of big topics today. We'd love to know your feedback about what you thought. And if you, again, please fill out the survey when you have a moment. If you've got some questions right now, kind of globally, I can speak to them, and then I'll be available after the presentation to talk about some additional things you might have. So thank you again. Thank you, Investing, for all this time. I'm going to take one question from this cool gentleman in the nice shirt, and then we'll close it out. Okay, you're on the spot. What's your question?
Relief or means to adjust the continuous service fee. I've been hired 3 different times as a biweekly employee with breaks in service. I have just recently managed to make 5 years, so I'm never leaving again and trying to get hired a 4th time. But I have like almost 6 years of previous Duke experience.
Yeah.
That seem to have gone.
So we don't bridge service here at Duke any longer. At one point we did. Let me tell you what that means for you. The bridging of service really impacts 2 potential benefits, and that's your eligibility under the Rule of 75 for retiree health insurance and also for the Duke Children's Tuition Grant benefit. So it could have an impact in that space. Where it does not have an impact for you is if you're a biweekly paid employee. We look at all the time you've worked as a biweekly employee and calculate that in your benefit. So if you're thinking that's not being factored in, you need to talk to me after the session, and we can dig more into it and make sure that it looks like it's right for you. So.
One male, one female. Question.
Okay, all right. Very persuasive in the front row.
Just, I want to clarify something you did say, so to speak. For 10 years,
Uh,
Average of 5 years of your highest salary.
It's five, so we look at the last 10, and we take the 5 highest consecutive, so back to back. Yeah. And we can drill down into this personally for you and actually tell you what they are. Yeah, so that's fine. You just call us to make an appointment, or if you're nice to me, I'll give you my contact information at the end of the, okay, yeah, good. So thank you all for taking time out of your day. We're thrilled that you engaged in this process. We have a whole bunch of other things throughout this week with Financial Fitness Week, so take a look at it. And, this is the first or second step you might have taken. Keep the momentum going. It's a really important thing for you to do. So thanks again. Take care.